Hello? Hello? Oh! Ooh! Scary! Ooh! Mm. Why do you have a crown? I see. Interesting. Hello? Let's go. I'm not gonna go super in depth just yet, just because we've just started, and I want to give people a chance to get there, to join. Yeah, it's like it started like immediately. It started like immediately. The freaking Epic Games outage, and it ended like 2 minutes before we were gonna start. Lovely, lovely. Dude, Streamlabs bot is popping off. I actually should have tested to see if my exclamation point etiquette worked. Let's see. This is a good time to test. Let me figure this out. Gotta make sure my volume is off. Let me see. Exclamation mark Q&A etiquette. Oh, it doesn't fucking work. Oh, that is sick, dude. That is sick. Streamlabs bot, you didn't even fucking work. Oh my gosh. Okay, I'm getting rid of this thing. We spent all. Oh, it did work! Let's go! Oh my gosh. Yes. Okay. Yeah, I will say yes. I'm gonna be talking through things. This is gonna be like a VOD, so I'm gonna be like saving this and like documenting this. So I'm not gonna be really stopping that much to answer like random questions. So if you have questions, that's fine. I'll wait till the end of the stream, and then if there's like a bunch of like niche questions and things like that, you can ask them. But mainly, just if you have questions, just mainly just for the part that I'm talking about at that time. But yeah, we could get started, I guess. Yeah, I just wanted to do this again. This is not going to be very advanced, like at all. In fact, we're probably not even going to touch blueprinting or anything. All very complex things that you don't need to know about. I just think that very basic modding is. Hold on, let me get my Word doc. Let me get my Word doc. Do mod, yes. It's easy. It's easy. It's pretty fun. Sometimes. Oh, don't give me recommendations for that. But yeah. So I think that there's just a lot of what's the word that I'm looking for? Not stigma, but it can be kind of daunting because it's done in Unreal Engine, and if you don't know anything about it, there's a lot of things going on screen that are kind of complicated that you may not know much about. But I do think it's pretty easy to do very simple things. I'm not going to be teaching a lot about like super complex mechanics or things like that, but like a very basic creature, like something that could just walk around and can bite shit and you can ride it. Yeah, that's pretty straightforward. So yeah, we can start, I guess. We'll wait like 2 more minutes. We'll wait like 2 more minutes before we actually get into it. I guess I could talk really quickly about basic dev kit controls. Yeah, when you load in, it'll be like this. I think I might have gotten it perfect. Stunning, stunning. You'll probably be here. For anyone who has worked in Ark Survival Evolved modding, all of that was done through here, through content, game, This part where it says content, where it says game, this is all the base game files. And in ASE, it was all done through here, through this mods folder. So you can see I still have some of my mods from ASE here. That's not where it's done now. It's actually done over here, where it says plugins. That's where mods are done now. And you don't actually need to create the folder anymore. You go up here to this little UGC. But before we get to that, yes, game or content here, this is where all of the base game files are. So if you're looking for things, if you're looking for whatever textures or animations or like whatever it may be that you need to find, you'll find it here. And then plugins over here is where your extra mods are. Like you can see there's Majunga, there's Wally, and also a lot of the various official, like I think some official cosmetics are here, and stuff like that. Okay, so with that, as we get into it, yes, you hold right click to move around. You hold right click and you can move your camera. WASD is your move keys. Control will slow you down, or shift. And then you'll use your mouse wheel to actually adjust your speed. So like if you scroll your mouse wheel a lot, you go super fast. If you do it slow, then you'll slow down, and it's fun. That's very basic controls. Other than that, the main thing that you'll be doing is this is where you'll be actually editing stuff, but then there's also, you can actually play. It's called Play in Editor, or a lot of modders will refer to it as PIE, P-I-E, Play in Editor. And that's up here. You click this little play button up here, or you can press, go away. Or you can press Alt-P, and that's the keyboard shortcut. And that'll bring you in, and you'll have a little guy. You'll have your little character. And this is for actual like play testing and actual game testing, to make sure that it's running in game, and everything is working. Okay, so yeah, that's Pi. You can do commands here. You can do anything. You can do slow-mo. You can do all that stuff. You can spawn your stuff in. Yeah, I think that's pretty much it for Pi. I don't know if I should turn up the volume. The dev kit is very loud, I will warn you. I'll turn it up a little bit. That way you can like somewhat hear it. It's at 4 right now. I'll put it at 8. Let's see how is that. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, so yeah, that's Pi. Yeah, you can spawn stuff in. Like I can spawn in. Oh my gosh, look at that. I have a Wally spike. That's crazy. I was doing testing before this. That's why I have a bunch of stuff in there. But you can do all of your normal commands. I will say yes, just don't press escape. If you're gonna close out of something, actually press the X, because if you press escape, you'll just be closed out of it entirely. And that can get kind of frustrating when you're working on a bunch of stuff and you're spawning a bunch of stuff into your inventory and you press escape to close out of your inventory and then you close out, and you need to redo the whole thing over again. So yeah, don't press escape. Just do it normally. The only other thing with Pi to note is up here, this little 3 dots things. These things down here, you don't need to worry about really any of these, but these down here, number of players. So if you need to test, for example, like in different tribes, how that stuff works, or like how it reacts to like other tamed creatures. So you'll spawn in 2 different survivors that are not in the same tribe, and you can set all that stuff up. And then net mode, listen server, just forget that exists. The main 2 that you need to worry about are client and standalone. Client is a server side, and standalone is single player. You want to make sure, get in the habit of, I do not do this enough. I have a very bad habit of doing this, but you want to get in the habit of checking both on client and on standalone to make sure all of your features and stuff are working. That way, you don't have something that works totally fine on multiplayer, but doesn't work at all in single player. So you want to just make sure you're routinely checking that. And make sure that it's all working. That'll be like replication things. That's technically like the term for it. And And that's pretty much it for Pi. Generally speaking, though, you want to stay in client because most of the time you're going to be playing on a server. I don't know that there's a lot of people that play on single player. At least not as many as play on server. But it's nice to make sure that it works on both. The only other thing, I guess, is up here. These, you don't need to worry about. This one I think is for one of these. Oh gosh, which one? One of these is for importing old mods. But these two in the middle here, this little raptor guy with the question mark and this little document looking thing, with ASA, Wildcard, and CurseForge as well, actually have some official documentation that they have. So that's just right there on the top. This is the Wildcard one. It's generally the more useful one, I'm going to be honest. This one kind of talks about setting stuff up a little bit, and then it talks about premium mods. So if you're interested in setting up a premium mod, you can do it there. And then here, there's a bunch of different like guides on how to set stuff up. A lot of this is a lot more complex. But yeah, the main thing actually with this, there is right here a thing called ground conform, which is in ASA how creatures ragdoll. I'm not really going to be going over that in this because it is really kind of annoying to set up, but this is literally a step-by-step tutorial to how to set that up. Yeah, that'll just go through it for you. And how to do like ragdoll stuff and how to do ground conform. Mainly this little capture thing, which is how you do it. And then you set up the death animations. So that stuff's that. And I guess we can get started with actually creating your mod. Finally, after like 15 minutes. So you go up here to this little UGC. So again, when you're in here in your plugins window, you do not right click. Actually, I don't even think you can make like a folder here. You actually will create it up here in this little UGC, user generated content. You'll do create mod. This is also where you'll share your mod once you're finished with it. I gotta put in my email. Fun. But yeah, that's how you'll share it and stuff like that. Okay, this is where you import mods. So if you had a mod on ASE and you want to port it over to ASA, you'll do it through here. But yeah, we'll click create mod. Now, there's a bunch of these. Don't really worry about any of them, I would say. There is a creature template. Don't use the creature template. I don't recommend using the creature template, at least. Maybe some people do, but I don't. I recommend going with blank mod. This just has general basic stuff for you. Yeah, I would go with blank mod. That's probably the easiest one to use. Generally speaking, there are some tools and things that you can use, but it can complicate things overly so, and you typically don't want that. So yeah, we'll call this tutorial dino. There we go. Author, me. Description. Adds tutorial dino to the game. URL. Ugh, gosh. That would be your like CurseForge link to your profile. Great. You don't really need to do any of those, I don't think, because I'm pretty sure when you share the mod, you just log in to your CurseForge account through that, so you can just do it through that. So I don't think any of this is necessary, but you can do it for fun. For fun. And the other thing with the dev kit, I will say, and get in the habit of this, is that things take a while. Don't worry, your computer is not frozen. I promise. It's not frozen. Your dev kit is not going to crash. I hope. That happens sometimes. But things just take a while to load. So be in the habit of waiting, I guess. Especially when you're loading stuff in for the first time. Like loading into Pi for the first time can sometimes take quite a while. Okay, we're here. You don't really need to worry about either of these. These are levels. You can probably delete them. But these two right here are the main ones that you'll care about. Mainly this one. This one a little bit less so. But first thing, you'll want to rename them. So I'll call this tutorial Dino. Boom. Rename this tutorial Dino. Super. Okay. Save. Definitely save as frequently as you can. Because it can crash, and that's bad if you lose your progress. It autosaves too, so it's not like a big deal, but it can happen, and that sucks. So the main thing that you're going to use is this right here, the mod data asset. If you modded an ASE, a lot of this was done in the Primal Game Data, but the mod data asset plugs directly into your Primal Game Data. And so this is mainly what you're going to use for actually setting stuff up. So this is where you set stuff up to actually spawn in game. Like actual spawns are done here. Where is it? There you go. NPC container additions and stuff like that. All of that is done here. Also engrams and dino entries. Dino entries are your little the little icon that you see. If you ever see some modded creatures, if you've ever noticed that sometimes they just have like a white square for their little icon when you like walk up to them and look, but when you're going to access their inventory, where there's that little like blue outline kind of thing, that's the dino entry that goes here. And then yeah, eggs and stuff like that. All of this is all done through your MDA or mod data asset. And that plugs directly into your Primal Game Data. Your Primal Game Data, probably the first thing that you want to do is go over here. You might be on this tab here when you first load in. You'll want to go to World Settings and search up Primal Game Data. You can see I was doing testing on Willis Disrupts earlier, so that's already plugged in. But what you'll want to do is plug in your Primal Game Data into here. There you go. Primal Game Data _BP _tutorial Dino. If you don't have that plugged in, anything that you change in your mod data asset and stuff like that just won't work in the dev kit, like at all. And that's bad. That's very bad. You don't want that. You want things to spawn. Your creature itself will spawn. You'll be able to spawn it in, but again, the entry icon, anything that you plug into the mod data asset, anything if you're doing with like saddles and stuff like that, that's a big one. Or again, yeah, any items and stuff like that, you won't be able to like access their engrams and stuff like that. So yeah, you want to make sure that that's plugged in for whatever mod you're working on. If you have multiple mods, just make sure it's plugged into whatever one. Okay. We can get started. The first thing, yes. Please, not tutorial. We want tutorial. There we go. Make a folder, please. Don't do everything here. Make a folder. And yeah, we'll import things. Majunga. This is going to be a fun test to see if I can figure out which one is the most up-to-date one. I think it's this one. Oh, I could do Majunga Corn. Maybe I'll do Majunga Corn. No, I'll do this one. Make sure. Yep. Okay, cool. So when you are setting this up, there are three like basic things that you'll need for a creature. Yeah, skeleton. Nope. It's gonna generate skeleton. Yes. Okay. So there are two basic. This is, I will say, this is specifically what I'm importing right now is like a custom skeleton and a custom mesh and all of that stuff. Like I have custom animations. I'm just going to be using the Majunga for this to get that stuff all working. If you're using a like pre-existing skeleton, for example, like if you're just doing like a simple like a variant mod or something like that, if you want to make like, I don't know, a Rex variant or something like that, that'll be slightly different, and I'll show that. But if you're fully doing like a fully custom creature from like the ground up, this is like custom skeleton, custom animations, custom mesh, and everything like that. Yeah, you'll do it over there and import it in. Don't change anything, just import it. Okay, we got it. There were issues with the import. No, there weren't. Don't lie to me. Don't lie to me. Okay. Take a look at this guy. Look at him. He's so fun. He is so fun. Alright, he's here. So, yes, the main basic, like, 3 things that you need to set this up. You need a skeletal mesh, which is connected to a skeleton. If you are importing, let's say, if you're importing, I can show Ports of Atlas, right? So this is, right, a scorpion, but it uses the regular scorpion skeleton instead of like a custom skeleton, right? So with that, when you import it, when you import your mesh, what you'll do is you'll go down here to the skeleton, and you'll choose whatever skeleton you're using. So again, I would use scorpion, skeleton, select that, and then import it, and then it would import and it would connect to that skeleton. And you can do that, right? I will put a little asterisk there because generally speaking, you don't really want to be modifying the base game skeletons and stuff like that. So sometimes, even if you're using the scorpion, I didn't do it here, but sometimes it's a good idea to actually go in into this content, into this game part, and grab your whatever skeleton you're working on and make a copy of it instead of just using that one, especially if you're planning. The biggest example of this, I would think, is if you want to make like a non-rideable creature rideable, because in order to do that, you actually need to modify the skeleton, and you don't want to be modifying a vanilla skeleton. That's just bad. That'll fuck up your mod. It'll make it like a total conversion, and you don't want that. You want your mod to not be that. So you would want to make a copy of the skeleton for that. And to do that, yeah, you would go into here, whatever skeleton you're using. Again, I'll just say scorpion just as an example. Over here, yeah, there's a bunch of different folders. You can kind of see them. They're fairly self-explanatory, like stuff like aberration, extinction. Yeah, whereas scorched earth is down here somewhere. And then the island, it's not called the island, it's called primal earth. So you go into here, and then you'll go into dinos. And you'll choose whatever dino. So let me just really quickly grab the scorpion just to show. There's the skeleton. Oh, I'm dying. Okay. And we'll scroll down and we'll find our little tutorial guy. What did I name it? Tutorial dino? There he is. There's my tutorial dino king. And we'll just make a copy of it. Yeah. And so when you do this, what you'll then do is, first off, you'll need this physics asset. You can just generate one. Create. Oh, wait. Why can't I? Oh, God, that's not good. That's not good at all. Okay, we won't worry about that. Maybe you need to do it here. Yeah, okay, you create. Okay, whew, okay, you make it on the skeletal mesh. Oh my gosh. Okay, yes. Yeah, you create it on the skeletal mesh. So for this, I'm not gonna do it all the way, but I'll just show you. What you'll do is you'll import your mesh, and then if you make the copy of the skeleton like this, so you generally would rename it like _copy, or something like that, just so you know. And then you'll right-click skeleton, assign skeleton, and then you'll search up scorpion underscore skeleton underscore copy, right? And you'll select that and then accept. Obviously, because this is not the scorpion skeleton, all of these are missing. But for yours, it would have the same thing. So you would just do that. That way it's using a separate skeleton. And then you would, from there, create a physics asset and create a new one for that. That way you have these three things right here in your folder. Delete. Goodbye. But yeah, these are pretty much the main things for actually having your creature be there to exist. Here's your physics asset. This is like collision and stuff like that. If things are being like shot, especially for ranged stuff and stuff like that. And then yeah, just general kind of collision things. That's all there. And I'm just going to go through and just rename these because I don't want them to be named SKM underscore armature. I want them to be named tutorial dino. So we'll just go through real quick. Okay, cool. And there he is. He's here, and he's ready to go. You'll notice these materials that came with my guy. And also, if you're importing a mesh, or if you're making a copy of an Arc Dino, you will have materials. Right, this is like the skin, basically, of your guy. And they're all plugged in down here. Right. I'm not going to go too much over like actually doing this stuff in Blender. Actually, just not at all. I don't really want to do that. But yeah, generally speaking, your creatures will have probably two materials. Typically, our creatures have a body material, and then they'll have an eye material that's separate. That's a thing, especially in ASA, where they have these refractive eyes, basically eyes that can follow you. That's all stuff that's set up in Blender. I'm not really going to talk about that. Basically, you just need to like separate them in Blender for when you import them. That way, they're these separate materials. I'm not going to go super over that, like at all. But we're not going to be using these materials. What we're going to do is we're going to right-click. We're going to create a material. Yeah, that's what we're going to do. Wait, are we? Oh god, no, we're not. No, we're not going to do that. I'm sorry. I'm very scatterbrained right now. Okay. I'm not going to be going super in-depth on materials right now. I think I'll do that later when we're talking about them more. But for a very basic thing, pick your favorite dino that has really cool textures. I would suggest picking a newer one, which for those, let's go over to ASA and to dinos. And let's pick a real cool one, like Gigantoraptor or something. No, I guess we shouldn't do Gigantoraptor. We'll do Fasola. Yeah? And we'll grab this. This little material instance. And we'll drag that. And we'll make a little copy. Just make a little itty bitty copy there. It's okay. Because, hey, why do all the work when someone at Wildcard did all the work already? I think that's pretty fair. But yeah, let's just rename this real quick to tutorial dino underscore colorize. There we go. And let's import this stuff. Yeah. So you know what? I'm actually not going to do that because I don't remember where they're at. So I'm going to grab them from here. I know, very naughty of me. so very naughty. How dare I? How dare I not remember where I put these on my freaking thing? Okay. And you'll notice that at this point, it's getting a little bit cluttered in here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to make a new folder, and I'm going to call this textures. And we're going to grab this. All of your textures. And we're just going to move them on in there. And we'll move this over there for good measure, too. Yeah, we'll do that. Okay. So either way, whatever one you're going to be using, and you can do this, what you can do is go into here, into this parent, and set your thing. There's ASA, let me see, Dino underscore colorize. Let me double check to make sure what exactly it's called. There's like a universal parent one that has pretty much everything on it that you can use. So let me real quick see what yours is. I just got to make sure I get the name right. Okay, mi underscore. Okay, mi material instance. Yeah. Okay. And it's mi underscore asa underscore dino. Hey, look at that. And we'll do that. And again, pick up your hands in case it slows down. When you're working on textures, again, I'm not going to be spending a lot of time on this because, yeah, a lot of this is set up in external programs, stuff like Substance Painter, stuff like Blender. That's where a lot of it is done. However, in Kit, yeah, when you load it in, you'll have this, your albedo, your colorization, your material, and then your normal. The first thing you probably want to do is scroll all the way down to the bottom. And right here, there's a thing called Preview Mesh. So, yeah, this right here. Press Control Space. Control Space, by the way, brings up this. This is your content drawer. You can also click on it over here if you ever like load in and it just looks like this or something. If like this is missing, you can just grab it from down here, right? But yeah, Control Space is the shortcut for that. It's not super useful because this is generally here on here, but when you're in like subfolders and stuff like that, like when I'm working here and I need to grab something, I'll just press Control Space and bring this up. So I'm going to do that. I'm going to go over here. We're going to scroll down to our Tutorial Dino. Tutorial Dino. We're going to click on our skeletal mesh. Okay. And this little thing right here, this little circle arrow, is going to plug it in. So we'll click that. And look at that. Now we have our guy instead of a giant sphere that means nothing to us. Yeah, let me just adjust. There we go. Get a little bit closer. By the way, right click zooms in and out, left click rotates, and then if you hold middle click, it'll drag back and forth. So yeah, we have our little tutorial dino here now. Our little guy, our little fella. And again, I'll do Control Space to bring this up. Go into our textures. And let's go through and grab our stuff. So for basic, I guess, textures that you need, you'll need a diffuse map, which is this little black and white one. You'll need a colorize, which is how the color regions are laid out. You'll need a normal map, which is like the actual rough like skin texture, like the actual individual scales and stuff like that, and like how those show up is done in the normal map. And you'll need the layered map, which is basically everything else. Yeah, that's a very, very basic, dumbed down, incorrect but correct explanation of what those four do. And those are the four that you need. And you'll plug them in right up at the top here, right? So we'll grab our diffuse, slot that in. Oh wait, I'm on my Majunga body textures. No! Damn, This is so sad, chat. Hands off. I'm taking my hands off. I don't want it to crash. I don't want it to crash. I really hope I'm able to make it through like 4 hours of this without crashing. I will be so happy if that happens. But yeah, we're just not going to touch anything, and we're going to relax. Why is Streamlabs bot talking so much? I gotta get rid of him. Brutal. Timers. Let's turn that off. There we go. Got it. Chat, I'm really scared right now. I'm really scared that some shit is gonna break. We're just not gonna touch anything, and we're gonna hope. And we're gonna hope that nothing breaks. Okay, we did it. Now I'm gonna have to go switch it back real quick. One sec. Get out of there. There we go. Okay, perfect. I'm gonna X out of you so I don't do that again. Okay, now we're on the actual tutorial dyno. And we'll grab this real quick. Again, we'll go to our textures. And we'll grab here our diffuse, which is again black and white. The only part that's not black and white, I should mention on the diffuse, is parts that aren't, you don't want to be colorized, right? So most commonly you can see here is stuff like gums on in a dino's mouth, the inside of the mouth. If you have the teeth or like the tongue as a part of this, that will be colored in, and then only the actual like colorized areas will be black and white on the diffuse. Another example would be like what do you call it? I'm like totally blanking on the name. The corrupted dinos, right? Or like the extinction dinos, how they have that like bright blue like corruption areas that you can't change the color of. That's because that's colored in on the diffuse and not on the colorize. But yeah, you can grab this and you can see that changed it, and now our guy sort of looks correct. But it'll all come together once we get the colorize in. And look at that. Oh my god, he actually has the correct colors. Well, not the correct colors, the correct patterns and things. And we'll just go through and we'll slot all this stuff in. The layered, and then finally, the best part, the normal, which you can see, yeah, gives them all of this like scale texture and stuff. That's all done through the normal map. There are other maps that you can have too. The main ones would be if you are doing a like an aberrant creature or something. Emissive here is how you set up like the glowing parts. That's all done through the emissive map. Again, I'm not going to show how to like set this stuff up. The only other one there is an iridescent. Iridescence is different from emissive. Iridescence is like the jug bugs, right? How, or like the Arthro. I guess the Arthro is probably the best example. The Arthro, like you see like on the shell, how it kind of has that sort of rainbow kind of oil spill sort of look to it. That's iridescence. It's the sort of like sheen that it has. It's used a lot on insects and stuff like that. I think that's generally where it's used. But yeah, whatever creature. So yeah, you can plug that in, or yeah, emissive and stuff like that. But yeah, here we have our guy. And he looks like a rainbow, you know? It looks like he's having a wonderful June. And we're going to fix that right now. Yeah, we're gonna fix that for him, right? I think these are the only 4 for him? I'm like 80% sure. I'm going to find out. Yes, exactly. Yeah. The emissive is the glow, and then, yeah. So we'll set this here. This is not how it's going to look in game. But let's just get like a sort of pale kind of color for that. And maybe like a real dark brown or like almost black for that. I'm just doing the normal colors. It's fine. And maybe like oh yeah, wow, that's so crazy. And for those, let's get like a orange. Oh, beautiful, stunning. So stunning. Okay, yeah. And we'll do that. Take that over here. Again, control space, bring this up. Take our texture and plug it in right here. And look at that. He is a guy. Absolutely stunning. Absolutely stunning. And you'll just repeat that again for any other series of textures that you have. If you have multiple, again, the exception being, yeah, the eyes. You can parent it to, there you go. When you're doing the eyes, I would generally keep it on this ASA_Dino, but for eyes, you can just search up eye and just set it to like some kind of one of the refractive eyes, whichever one you want to use, and do that. And we'll just plug those in. I'm just going to use, again, sorry to say, I'm just going to use the Majunga ones just for the purposes of time. I'm not going to go through and create 4 more textures to use. So I'm just going to use these ones. But yeah, you can see how these would work, right? And there we have it. Our guy, after some hard work, we have our textures and things all set up. A couple of things in here, I guess, real quick to talk about. There are these here, detail layers. These are a thing in ASA. These are not a thing in ASC. They are basically to add like extra additional like roughness and things, if that's what you want. So I can like turn it on real quick. Yeah, you can see how that kind of added these like cracks and things like that to it. Very hard to see sometimes, but you can see one there, right? Yeah, you can see like a bunch of them around, and they'll like pop up here and there. I'm not going to be worrying about those though. I'm not. You don't need to use them. There are an easy way to add some detail if maybe your normal is not super detailed and you want to add that yourself. Again, I would say the most common place that they're probably used is like bugs and stuff like that. There's a really nice chitin one for bugs if you want to add a sort of chitin texture to your bugs like carapace and stuff like that. You can do that. Yeah. Okay. Other than that, yeah, that's pretty much all I'm going to talk about textures right now. I'm not going to, again, I'm not, I'll talk about them more later, but for right now, I'm not going to touch on them too much. And we can just delete these ones that came with the import. Goodbye. Okay, yeah. I guess, yeah, unless anyone has any questions on like setting up textures and importing stuff like that, we can move on to animations. Okay. Well, yeah, we'll go on to animations. So with animations, you will, again, you'll need to import them. I'll do that real quick right now. I'll make a new folder for animations. Again, you'll have a lot of animations. I guess I can talk about those real quick while I'm importing them. Your basic animations. There are about less than 20 with an asterisk. I'll put an asterisk there because technically there are more, but there are less than 20 general animations that you need. Oh, excuse me. I'm sorry. I am very unwell today, apparently. Yeah, there are about like 16, I think, animations that you'll need. The first off you'll need is your idle animation. This is when your creature is standing still, when it is idle. Yeah, that's pretty much it. With that idle, you'll have an eat animation. You'll have like a lay egg animation or a poop animation. You'll have a startle animation. Probably you'll want a hurt animation, and then an attack animation, or for however many attacks you have. If you have like one attack, you'll just need one attack animation. If you have two attacks, etc., etc. All of these you'll want to base on your idle. And then you'll need your locomotion animations. So you'll need a swim, idle, and a swim forward. Right, for swimming. If you're planning on making a semi-aquatic, you'll also need a swim sprint. But for a general, just like standard baseline creature, just a swim idle and a swim forward. And then you'll need your walk animations. They're referred to as move animations in the kit, so that's what I'm going to refer to them as. But you'll need, a move forward, a left, and a right, which I'll show those left and right ones when we import them. And then you'll need sprint animations, or as they're referred to in the kit, they're referred to as charge animations. It gets very confusing when an actual creature has a charge and you're trying to look through trike stuff, and the charge animations are just the normal sprint animations. But yeah, you'll need charge animations, forward, left, and right as well. And then you'll need your torpor animations. Again, for a very standard creature, at bare minimum, you'll need a torpor in, a torpor out. For some reason, wildcard creatures have two torpor out animations, one for when they're tamed and one for when they're not. That's a lot of work. You can just reuse the same one unless you really feel the need to have two separate torpor out animations. You can do that. And then you'll need a torpor idle, so when it's actually sleeping. And then if you're doing a knockout tame, which is by far the easiest one to do, so please do a knockout tame, you'll just need a torpor eat animation for when it eats stuff while it's torpored, while it's knocked out. And that's it. The only other thing you'll need is what are called aim offsets. This is technically where the list of, what is this, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15? 16, 17, 18, 19 animations, if you count the left and rights. This is where that kind of gets a little bit fuzzy because of the aim offsets. You need 9 aim offsets, but they're not animations. They are just, very simply, aim offsets. So basically what that means is when you're mounted on a dino and you turn your camera to the left and your dino's head turns to the left. But when you turn your camera to the right and your dino's head turns to the right. That is an aim offset. All it is just the first frame of the idle animation. That's it. That's all. It's just the first frame of the idle animation, and you just adjust the position of the head. So let's grab some of these. Right. Let's grab that. Let's grab new run. No, I think it's this. Startle. Oh wait, no, not that. Oh gosh, this is gonna get so obnoxious. I can tell. We need the eat. We need the idle. Yeah. Okay. And again, with these animations, what we'll do is we'll take our skeleton, and we'll search up for our tutorial or whatever, again, your name is. So we'll do tutorial dino _ skeleton. A very important thing to do when you're importing animations is to tick this box right here that says import only animations. Oh my gosh, he's howling, I'm sorry. Otherwise, for every single animation that you import, you will get a new set of textures, a new skeletal mesh, a new everything, and it will be so hard to go through and delete all of them. Yeah, you don't want to do that. So make sure you tick only import animations here. You can also, if you just click on the animations tab, it'll just take you right over here. And you can just do that by default. Right, we'll import those. Yeah. Okay. And then let's grab lay egg. I have to eat. I need sprint left. That. I need startle. Swim forward. Swim idle. Okay. And again, we'll grab tutorial Dino. Skeleton. And again, import only animations. Import. And we'll get them in here. One more? Yeah. Okay. And let me show real quick, yeah. Oh shoot. Did I get the wrong one? I may have grabbed the wrong one. There we go. That's what I want. So yeah, this is the if it'll load. Sprint animation, right? And then your sprint left and right is basically, again, it's the same thing, but when your camera is turned left or right. And yeah, you can see his head is slightly turned, his body is slightly turned, right? And then to the right as well. That's like the left and right. Again, the variants, they're very easy to do. I'm not going to talk about actually making them in Blender or anything like that. But yeah. So we have that. We have our sprint. We need our torpor animations. We need, no, turn in place. I'm not going to do that. We'll do walk. And then right here, all of these aim offsets. And again, animations. Select our skeleton, tutorial Dino, and import only animations. Forgive my very poor naming structures. I got my hands off. I got my hands off. Yes, it didn't crash. It didn't crash. Oh, let's go. Okay. So we have all these. Let's just save them all real quick. And yeah, that's it. It's not a lot of animations. Again, it might seem like a lot, but keep in mind that all of these are literally just one frame, compared to, you know, all of these. And even then, sprint, right, there's 2 duplicates of that. And then with like the walk, right, there's 2 duplicates of that. So you can see, like, there's realistically not a ton of animations that you need, of like different animations. It's not like a shit ton of work. It can be, depending on how complex you want your creature to be. Or yeah, if you want like multiple attacks and stuff, you can do that. However, yeah, you don't, it doesn't need to be. Okay, sick. Yeah, you know what, before we do that, let's do this real quick. We're gonna right click, we're gonna create. make sure this is the right one and I'm not getting it mixed up. No, this is the wrong one. Okay. Ignore what I just did there. Ignore that. We're going to delete that. Okay, give me one. Just bear with me for 1 sec. Is it pose asset maybe? Let me go check. I need to remember what it's called. There you are. What are you called? You just called an aim offset? Fascinating. Ah, got it. It's off the skeleton. Okay, that's why. Again, very specific things. We can go ahead and move our skeleton in here too. We don't really need it out here. We'll right click. We'll create. We'll create an aim offset. Right? So tutorial dino, aim offset 2D. Okay. Let's select all of these. Where is asset actions? Okay. Let me do that real quick for Majunga, just so I can show you what they're meant to be set up as. So the only difference is here. Okay, so yes, just for that, this is literally just the only reason why I'm doing it this way is so that you can edit all 9 at once, and you don't need to just edit. You don't need to go through them individually one at a time. So yeah, just again a reminder, what you do is you can just shift select all of them. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Right click, asset actions. This is also where you would export stuff. So for example, if you're wanting to make like mesh edits or something like that, like if you want to do like a clay edit or something, like a clay trike where you want to like adjust the horns and stuff like that, you would do that here. But yeah, we'll edit selection and property matrix, and all we're gonna do is type. We're gonna set this to mesh space. Oh, but not for all of them. No, hold on, let me just shift select all of them. Mesh space. There we go. Save. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, cool. Sick. And now we open this up. And we see right here this little thing. And all we're going to do is we're going to grab our metal, put it right here. Let pause. And you can see where this is going now. We're going to drag all of them out. Set it to be exact. Yeah. You can just click on it, and when you do, you can edit it up here. And all we're going to do is we're going to drag all 9 of these in here. So let's grab our up. Right. It's going to go up here, and we'll set that to 50, 100, and then we'll grab our down right here. Drag that. Hit that. That'll be set to, again, 50, 0. Right. Let me. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm gonna have to double check just to make sure, so I don't tell you to do it the wrong way. To make sure which way is left and which way is right. I believe right is on this side. Oh no, left is on this side. That's cool. So it actually is correct, even though it's showing I'm going that way. Okay, sick. Yeah, so you do it exactly the way that you think it is. Down left goes here, right? And you can see, yeah, now that we're starting to drag them out, you can see that he's starting to like kind of change position a little bit, right? Middle left. up left. Again with this 0, 100. Just make sure it's like the exact 50 or 100 or whatever it may be. 0, 0. Grab up right. Pop them up here. 100, 100. Middle right. We'll go here. And down right. We'll go down here. 100, 0, 150. And look at that. We have all 9 of them all compiled. We'll just save that. And that is our functional. Yeah. Okay, it's not our functional, not yet, because we need to go down here. Whew, I'm glad I checked that. There is one more thing you need to do, which is to go in here. And I guess you don't need to do that. Let's pull up our little asset editor thing here. Go into our tutorial dyno. Because our aim offsets are based on the excuse me, oh my gosh. Because our aim offsets are based off of the idle animation, you'll need to grab your idle right here, and plug it in, right? And again, we'll do that right here by clicking on this. And look at him. He's broken, and I think it's because I grabbed the wrong idle animation, but that's fine. Why would I possibly have like 5 different idle animations? What possible reason could I have? Yeah, okay, you are that. No, that is correct. What the heck? Why are you like this? Oh no, we seem to have found a problem. This is not good. This is not very cash money. Maybe parent asset, do I mean? Oh lord. Oh lord. We're doing it live. We're doing it live. I had to do it live. Yeah, okay. Wait, so why can't I do that here? Okay, here we go. Yes, okay. I did forget. And it's fine. Are these the right ones? Okay, let me make sure. I'm sorry. I get we're doing it live. I gotta do it live. So we're gonna select these again one more time and edit via property matrix real quick. Asset actions, excuse me. Edit selection of property matrix. Here, yes, this is what I forgot to do. Selected animation frame. And then we'll do bring this up, and we want the anim idle right here. And we want it to be on frame 0. Now we save. Now, there we go. Oh my gosh. There he is. Ah, look at him. And yeah, you can bob his head around. He's so happy. Look at him. He's happy that he's working now. We did it. We got there eventually. Yippee. Okay. And now you have a functional aim offset and all these functional animations. But, again, we still have other things we need to do before these animations can be played in game. We need what is called an anim blueprint or an anim BP. The easiest way that I do is, again, go into game. Just like we did with the Facilla textures, we're going to go into game. We're going to go into dynos. We're going to grab, what dyno? We'll grab Carno. And all we're going to do is we're going to grab this. right click. And we're going to create child anim blueprint with skeleton. And you guessed it, we're going to use our tutorial dino skeleton. We're going to name this, let's call this tutorial dino underscore anim blueprint. And don't worry that it's in the Carno folder. It's fine, because all we're going to do is we're going to grab it, and we're going to drag it over here, and we are going to move it, not copy it. This time we are going to move it because we don't want to copy it there. We are simply going to move it into here. And now we have an anim blueprint. The other way to do it would be, to go up here, File, Reparent Blueprint. Right now it's set to root bone name. The one that I use is root bone name underscore dynamic. Nope. Where is dynamic anim override? Right. Don't worry about this. Yes, click yes to reparent. Really, when it comes to the anim blueprint, just read the name of it, and it kind of tells you what it is, right? So blueprint base, right? Climber, right? You can see. So if you're making a climber, you want to grab that. There are specific animations with specific names for what you want. Again, dash glide, right? If you're making a glider, etc. You know, like you can find, again, with like swimming stuff, right? If it's going to be like a semi-aquatic, there you go, ground and flying, right? You kind of get what you kind of get the gist of it there. Like, yes, there are specific ones that you're using. This is the most basic one. And this is what actually is going to, like, this is where all of your animations are going to be compiled. So you go into here. It'll start you off on edit selected instance. What you're going to want to do is click on edit defaults. This is actually editing it. If you just click edit selected instance, it's just going to change this. It's not actually going to change the animation blueprint. You always want to edit defaults. And all you're going to do is go over here, and we're just going to scroll down a little bit until, oh, look at this. Look at all these lovely animations here. You can also do them here, although for whatever reason, this one that I use, Dynamic Anim Override, doesn't have names here. But you can do it here, depending. But the easiest way is to do it here, right? Let's just drag this up. And look at all these animations. And all we're going to do is control space, bring up our animations, right? Go to our tutorial dino, go to our animations folder. Let's look for our idle, right? We're going to slot that in there. Oh, and he's already working. Lovely, right? We're going to grab our walk animations, right? Or our move animations. You can see, yeah, trike move forward. Yeah, here is charge. Again, it's so confusing that it's called charge, even though trike has a charge. But that's the sprint. It's fine. It's fine. And we'll go ahead and just start plugging these in. So we'll grab walk right, walk left. This has turn in place. We don't have turn in place animations. We're not going to use that. But yeah, you can set them up there as well. So charge. So we need our sprint animations, or there we are. Sprint. Right. Sprint left. And our sprint right. Scroll down a little bit more. We need our swim. So we need our swim idle. Swim forward. Falling. For falling, typically I just use the swim idle. You can make your own unique falling animation if you want to, but most creatures just use the swim idle. And then for sleeping, you want your torpor. Right, so where is our torpid idle? There we are. Torpid idle. And we'll go ahead and save and compile. Another thing is blink. You don't really need to have your creature blink. You can if you want to. I don't, but you can if you want to. And then yeah, also like this guy is turn in place. I'm not going to be using turn in place, but you can do that. And then anything else that you want to set up, like jumping and stuff like that. If you're going to use jumping, those animations aren't here, you'll need to go up here to File, Reparent Blueprint, and find whatever one. I know Procoptodon does have that, so you could use Procoptodon's Anim Blueprint as the parent, or whatever it may be. But that's pretty much it for this guy. We're going to use falling. We're going to use turning. We're going to use swimming. Yeah. We're going to use running. We're going to use sleeping. We're just going to go through. We're not going to use blinking, but you can if you want to, again. And we're just going to enable all these things. That way it uses them. We're going to use aim offset. Yes, that's the other thing, aim offset. Let me make sure that I have that plugged in. That is plugged in right down here. So again, control space brings this up and down. We'll grab our aim offset and we'll plug that in. And then we'll go up here and we'll compile this. Okay. And then we'll save it. And we have, theoretically, everything we need now for our Dino to function, except for the actual Dino itself, which is very strange to have gone an hour and 17 minutes in and not have that yet. But we're gonna get there. So anyone who knows anything about spawning stuff in Arc, you know that when you spawn stuff in, you do cheat summon blah 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 underscore character underscore BP. So your character BP is the actual Dino itself, and that is what we're missing right now. That is the big thing. When it comes to making the character BP, there are a lot of different things you can do, depending on what kind of creature you want to make. If you are just wanting to make a simple variant mod or something like that, if you just want to make I don't know, if you want to make an aberrant variant for a Dino that doesn't have an aberrant variant, or if you want to make, I don't know, center variants for the center map, right? I know there's a mod that does that. Or if you're making anything like that, what you will do is, just like we did before, we will make a child class. That is if you are not making a custom creature and you are just making a skin for it, right? Then you would make a child class. There are more things you can do with child classes. However, for simplicity's sake, the only time you ever really want to be using a child class is if you are making a skin mod or a variant, right? The Paleoarc Ascension, right? How those are variants. They're not actually not the Evos, but just the Ascension, the variants, or they're just a skin, and it's just a variant of this creature that spawns. Or Arcology is another example, right? Those are all child blueprint classes. Child blueprint classes basically mean that they inherit everything from their parent. So let me open up what's a really complex creature, right? Rhino. Where's Rhino at? Oh no, Rhino's not in here. All right, we'll grab Karcha, because I know Karcha is in here. Yes. Okay. So let me just open up. It's going to take a bit because I'm going to open up Karcha's character blueprint and show you just how in a minute, whenever he decides to not be so temperamental with me. Yeah, all these are all functions that all have unique graphing and things like that, right? Where's the event graph? There it is. Oh, no, that's the viewport. Oh, there is no. But yeah, all of this stuff that is all set up in Karcha, right? If you make a child blueprint, you are going to just inherit that, right? So let me grab real quick. Again, I got my hands up. Yeah, exactly. Making Meguana. Meguana is just a child class. Yeah, exactly. Where it's just kind of a mesh swap, but everything is the same. Yeah. I'm scared. It's not moving. Yeah, I can talk about. I guess yeah. So that is like what a child blueprint class does. Again, yeah, just for simple variants. If you are making a more complex creature, if you want to have your own like unique creature, you don't want to make a child class. You never want to make a child class because it'll inherit all of that graphing, and you just don't want that, right? You want to make a copy of it instead of a child class. And it's not loading. Oh god. I'm really scared. I'm really scared. I'm really scared that it's not moving. It's okay. It's okay. We just need to have faith because, as we know, the dev kit goes slow. And we just need to not touch it for 5 minutes. And it's true, guys. Sometimes it does go quite slow. Again, especially on like first launch of things. Especially on first launch of things. It will go slow. Your computer is not frozen. Yeah. I promise. Oh my gosh. Okay, hold on. I'm just gonna cancel it. Here, we'll just go over here. Oops, wait, hold on. We'll just do this. We'll create a child class. There we go. Right, and let's say I'm making a, I don't know, center variant. Right, I'm making a Karcha underscore character underscore BP underscore center. This is my awesome, unique Karcha that only spawns in the center. And I open it up, and what's this? Where are all those graphs that were there? They're not there because you made a child class. So with a child class, all of the graphing and stuff that's done is just already there, and you can't edit any of it, and it's just there in the background. That way, if again, going back to like variants, if something breaks with the Rex, if there's some game-breaking bug with the Rex, and the devs need to go back and break it. No, that's not right. If they need to go back and edit it and fix it, then those changes that they make to the Rex blueprint will apply to the Tech Rex, right? They'll apply to all the Rex variants. That's what a child blueprint class does. It is just it's a lot more compact. It's a lot smaller, and it's just a basic like copy of it for, again, doing basic things. So if they need to make edits to it, then those will transcribe. They will carry over to your child class, right? I'm gonna delete this bitch. So instead, what you want to do, generally speaking, if you're making a custom creature, is you want to make a copy. Now, again, I will put a big asterisk here because a lot of times you'll be tempted to just choose like whatever creature is closest to yours, or whatever, or like whatever creature is like the closest to yours, and I would shy away from that, especially for more complex creatures. Like, let's say that I want to make a what's a good example? Okay, let's say I want to make a giant Hyaenodon, right? I don't like that Hyaenodon is small, and I want to make a giant rideable one, right? So my first instinct might be to just make a child class, or just make a copy of the Hyaenodon blueprint. But let's open up the Hyaenodon blueprint. Oh my gosh, there are a million graphs here. Oh god, this was the one I should have fucking opened, not Karcha. Oh my gosh, there's a million graphs here. I don't want any of this. I don't want to have all of the weird AI mechanics that Hyaenodon has, where it doesn't attack stuff. I just want to make a giant Hyaenodon that you can ride and you can tame. So a better idea for that would be to grab a simple creature. Generally speaking, you want to grab simple creatures. So I would say, for Hyaenodon, maybe I would grab a Sabertooth, right? I don't think Sabertooth has any graphing on it. Where is Saber? Right? I'm like 90% sure that Saber doesn't have any graphing on it whatsoever. which again shows that even vanilla creatures don't really have graphing. Okay, so there's a little bit, and I think it's literally just so that it gets more hide, right? So there's one thing, much more bearable than the 500 freaking of these that were on Hyaenodon, right? So instead, what I would do is I would make a copy of the Sabertooth and then plug that, and then use that as a base to make my bigger Hyaenodon around, right? For us, I would say the most basic ones, truly, that you can use. If you're making an herbivore, excuse me, oh my gosh, I am like dying. If we're making an herbivore, Phiomia is a big one. Phiomia has no graphing whatsoever. I think, I might be wrong on this, but I think that almost every single creature that I have made for a mod has been based on Phiomia. Like, even the most batshit, like, random ones were based on Phiomia. Like, because there is nothing. It is literally, for all intents and purposes, this quote-unquote Phiomia is literally just a blank canvas with nothing on it that you need to worry about, right? For herbivores, that's a good one. For carnivores, Carno is a good one. Carno has no graphing on it whatsoever as well. So you can grab that one. For shoulder pets, probably the... what's the best shoulder pet? Probably monkey, maybe? Like Mesopithecus. Might be a good one. Or Compy, although Compy does have a little bit of graphing. For flyers, Pteranodon is probably the easiest one. And when dealing with larger things, yeah, you can grab like Rex or Bronto. Some of them do have a little bit of graphing, and generally, if there are, all you want to do is just delete all that shit. Like, if I want to make a copy of, I don't know, Rex or something. Where's Rex? Because Rex has a little bit, I think, for the, what do you call it? The tech helmet. It has some graphing involved in that. That you may not want if your creature doesn't have a tech helmet, right? For it to load. So again, all you would do, yeah, it's literally just this. That's it. So all you would do is just, again, go into here, select all this stuff, and just delete it on yours that you make a copy of. I highly recommend that, unless there is a very, very specific mechanic that you want to use, and you want to just make a copy of it, generally speaking, it is almost always better to just make a copy and just gut it. So you have just a complete blank canvas. That's what I'm going to do with this one. I'm going to just use Carno. So that way there is no graphing, because having extra graphing, you'll be 6 months down the line and there will be some random bug and you don't know what it is, and you'll find out that there was some spare little bit of code that you had that you didn't know about, and it's just breaking your dino. And that's not what you want. And again, that's why we use copies instead of child classes as well. That way, if Wildcard decides to make a change to Carno and give it a crazy new ability, and my creature happens to be a child class of Carno, now my creature has that, and that's not good. So I would rather just make a copy of it to do that. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to make our tutorial dino. Right? And we're going to open this up. And the first thing you're going to see right away is over here, all of this stuff. What is this? Animation mode. Use animation blueprint. Anim class? I wonder what we're going to plug into there. Maybe our tutorial dino anim blueprint. Wow. Skeletal mesh asset. Gosh, I wonder what we're going to plug into there. Maybe our skeletal mesh. And look at that. We're functioning. We're here. We're slaying. And now, if we go over here, oh my gosh, our little fella is here. He's alive. He's alive. He's here. Let's go. So, this is your capsule component. This is, what determines the floor level that your creature is going to stand on. It also determines, again, collision in the same way when walking up like ramps and stuff, or when trying to fit through doors. That's all done with the capsule component. This is like where your creature actually is, essentially. It's actually pretty good on Carno. I may want to make it, let's say, a little bit smaller, right? Yeah, I'll make it a little bit smaller. Generally speaking, you want it to be up to about the hips. Let me actually open up. Let me see if I made it any smaller on Majunga. I felt bad because I would have showed changing it. But it seems to be pretty freaking good by default. Okay, yeah, I did make changes to it here. So, okay. Yeah. One thing, and I will say really quickly, is this right here. If you are making a variant creature, okay, let's go back to my Hyaenodon example. If you're making a larger Hyaenodon and you have it plugged in here, you'll see that there is a scale thing here. Do not use this. Do not use this to scale up your creature. If I want to make my creature 1.5, 1.5, 1.5, do not do that. You do not want to make those changes here. What you want to do is make those changes in your skeletal mesh. So maybe I'm going to make this Majunga a little itty bitty guy, right? I want to make him a little itty bitty bitty. Yeah, so go here again to this. I can close out of some of this stuff. Let me exit out of this. Exit out of this. Close out of all this shit. Now I'll keep that one open just in case I need it. Just search up scale here. And yeah, let's do scale. So let's say I want to make him a little small. Oh, he's so cute. Isn't he so silly? Yeah, so now he's 75% smaller. And now you can see that, yes, this is way too big, right? So we're going to scale this down. We're going to make this maybe 80. We're going to reduce this first off. Let's make that to like 60. And maybe even 55. Okay. And then we'll make this 70. 80. Now, you'll notice I can't actually move this around, right? I can't actually, there is no, like you can see here, like I can move this guy, right? But I can't move this capsule component around. So, the biggest thing, and again, this is, it's a little scary, but yes, the biggest thing you want to do is, you're going to have to move your dino to line up to this, right? So, you want it to line up pretty much. Let's maybe negative 80. Yeah, perfect. Oh, stunning. Line up his feet to the bottom of that. Do not line up the feet to this grid. It's very confusing. It's kind of counterintuitive to not like line up the base of the feet to the grid, but that's not what you want to do. You want to line it up to the bottom of your capsule component. And again, just a reminder, yeah, your capsule component, you want it to come up to about the hips. I could maybe even make this a little bit skinnier, like maybe 45, so it's a little more skinny. But yeah, that looks pretty good, and we'll compile, and we'll save. And yeah, there he is, right? There he is. And now, theoretically, let's just search up name real quick. Oh, wait, no. I'm sorry. If you ever get lost while you're moving around here, that's actually a good point because I just did that. If you're ever adjusting the capsule component or you're doing this and you're wanting to click on things, let's say, and you're trying to find something you can't, you can always click on here on class defaults. That'll bring you right back to, again, this starting page where we were at, where we plugged in the Anim blueprint, where we plugged in the skeletal mesh, all of that stuff. This is like the bulk of it, right? So you could always just click right here on class defaults to bring you back there, right? We're just going to search up name. Descriptive name is the name that appears in game, right? So we're going to call this Tutorial Dino. I love Tutorial Dino. He's my favorite. Right? Yeah. Okay. Dino name tag is different. This is, and I'll call this, I will change this as well, Tutorial Dino. That's what you want it to be. You want it to be whatever your creature's name is. This is not the name that appears in-game. It's weird. This is what references, I believe this is how, not SDF, but the, is it SDF? The one that you can spawn in creatures just by typing in like their tag or whatever. Yeah, like you would do like cheat SDF, and then you would type in like that like name that you type in there is the dino name tag, right? So I could do like cheat SDF Tutorial Dino, and it would spawn this guy in, right? That is also what is referenced by the saddle, and that sort of stuff. Also, this, so you do not want this to be the same as whatever creature you copied. Like it was set to Karna before. You just want to change it. Technically, it doesn't need to be like the name. It can be whatever the heck you want it to be. It can be a series of numbers or whatever you want it to be. But it needs to be unique. It needs to be unique. And yeah, we can save that. We can close out. The last thing we need to do, that we need to set up is, and I just scrolled past it actually, is IK. IK is really scary. It's inverse kinematics. We're not going to worry about that all that much though. The main thing is here. You can see that my leg names are not the same as Carno's leg names, which is what we copied here. So we need to change these to be the same. Basically, this is how it detects like where the ground is, so that way you are able to walk on surfaces. That's a very, very basic description of what this is. So I'm going to change these to, this will be leg 1 _ L and then foot _ L. So let's change that to leg 1 _ L. Oops, make sure, is it capital L? Yes, it is. Okay. _ L, foot _ L, and I'll change the name to this one as well. Leg 1 _ R, foot _ R. Yeah. And we'll go ahead and compile. And we'll save. Alt-P again, or click this little green play button up here to play an editor, or to go into Pi. I got my hands off. It'll take a little minute, but we'll get there. How are we going on time? A minute 30, or an hour 39. All right, not bad. Not too bad. Sorry, we're just gonna wait here. I'm scared. I'm scared right now. I'm scared. It's taking a bit. It's just loading a bunch of stuff. Again, we plugged in our Primal game data, and so we're loading in, and we're basically loading in Pi for the first time. So it's going to take a little bit. But that's okay. That's okay. It'll be fine. Even though the number is going up in the bottom right corner, it'll be fine. I guess in the meantime, while we're waiting, yeah, again, if anyone has any questions about what we've gone over so far, Now is the time. Feel free. Let me make sure I'm not missing anything. Defaults, reparent. Lord, it's still going. It's still going. Using other creatures' animations. Like, what do you mean? For like a custom creature, or just like if you're using that? If you're using that skeleton, then you can. Like, if you wanted to make like a mesh that's using a pre-existing skeleton, then you could use all of the animations that apply to that skeleton. Again, like a good example of that is like the Atlas creatures, right? So like the Atlas Scorpion uses the Pulmonus Scorpius, it uses the Arc Scorpion. Even though it's a completely unique mesh and everything, it still uses those animations. Transferring animations between skeletons is very difficult and probably not worth the time. Because you would need to basically make sure that all of your bones are named the exact same thing, and all of that stuff. But you definitely can use like there are high quality mods that use like vanilla creatures. Again, like a good example is like clay mods, right? Like think of like clay trike or clay pachyrhino or something like that, right? Where those are just using the vanilla trike and it's just a modified mesh, but it's still using those animations, right? I can show how to do that as well real quick. I'll show how to do that once we're out of preparing skinned assets hell. Graphing and stuff. No, I'm not going to. Not today. I might do it a teeny tiny bit, but that'll be more for at a later date, because that's just a lot more complex. And yeah, and you again, you like as you saw with like Carno, Phiomia, stuff like that. You don't actually really need any graphing to have a functional creature in game, right? It's a very daunting thing, and you don't really need it. It's fine. You can you can just use you can just make all of it work just by using character defaults in the defaults menu that we were just looking at, and yeah, you don't need to use you don't need to use any of that kind of stuff. We're at 2%. We've made progress. We've made progress. I don't know why it's going so slow, but it is. At least it's moving. At least it's moving, and that's all that matters. Yeah, I was gonna say yeah. Also, yeah, referencing other creatures' graphs and things is another easy way to do that too. Like, um, yeah, like very little of crafting stuff is done completely from scratch. I mean, well, that's not true, but a lot of it you can shortcut it by copying things. Oh my gosh, I am dying. Yeah, especially for very like complex mechanics, you can copy those. It's just it takes a while, and it's a lot of back and forth stuff, and it can be unfun. God, I hope it's not going to go this slow the whole way. I'm gonna be so mad. Yeah. Okay. I don't even want to like click off of it because I don't want to. Don't want to like make it go into like economy mode or something. Here. I'm scared. Chat is going really slow. It's going really slow. Oh my god. I'm manifesting it. I'm manifesting it. I'm manifesting it to work. I'm manifesting it to work. No, this is not Terraria music. This is Spotify's greatest of copyright-free music. Please, why are you taking so long? Oh my gosh. Of course it's running slow. Okay, I'm just gonna take my hands off it. I'm gonna take this time. I'm gonna go to the bathroom because I've been doing this for 2 hours. CPU, GPU, 32 gigs of RAM definitely. CPU probably like I have a 3070, I think. Pretty sure. And I run it fine. You know, I don't really have any issues. Those are you don't need that much. I think I definitely the RAM is a big one. I would say you might be able to get away with it with 16 gigs of RAM. But 32 is definitely more ideal. And then yeah, CPU. Yeah, probably at least like a 3000 something. Like if I think I'm pretty sure I have a 3070. I'm like 80% sure. The other big one is definitely storage space. Storage space is a big one, and you want to have an SSD. Definitely get an SSD. Don't use a. Yeah, you definitely want an SSD. And I think right now the dev kit is slightly less than a terabyte. It's really fucking big. So you at least want a 2 terabyte. I recommend just getting an SSD like just for the dev kit. That is the big one. It's definitely storage. And then yeah, and RAM. Oh my god, we jumped from 2 to 8%. Go, dude. Yeah, that should be fine. Yeah, 2 terabyte, yeah. Oh Yeah, that's really the main thing. Is yeah, storage space is a big one, definitely. But yeah, you should be able to get away with it. Is it's over 1 terabyte now? Yeah, I figured it was something like that. Okay, I am actually gonna go to the bathroom. So yeah, if you have any more questions, put them in. I'll answer them as soon as I get back while I'm waiting for this. It's going pretty fast now. It looks like probably in about a minute or two. Hello? It's at 100%. Let's go. How long has this been going for? I feel like this has been going for like 5 or 10 minutes. This is crazy. Ah, I made it back at a good time though. Yes, classic large trap, small trap underscore rig. Big fan. Ooh, maybe it's gonna go this time. Ooh, maybe it's gonna go this time. Yeah, it is a classic. It is a classic, and it happens a lot. It happens a lot in the dev kit. It's okay. What? Oh my god, I don't care. Are you sure you want to play an editor? Yeah, I'm sure. Play an editor. That's a secret. No, I've already shown off the crystal golems and stuff, so I'm not uber concerned. Y'all, we're here. Now we just have to wait for all these things to load too. In the bottom corner or in the top one. We're just gonna sit around and wait for those. Because they'll lag our game and potentially crash us, and that's not what we want to happen. But they should go fairly quickly, I think. Look at us, looking around. Want to see something funny? Oh my god, he's fixed now. He's fixed. I had the weirdest fucking dev kit moment earlier today. Hold on, let me show. Let me show. is it? There it is. Look at this freaking guy. Look at this freaking guy. He's hideous. Yeah, I don't know why that happened. I didn't mess with anything on the model. It just happened to do that. And you know what? Good for him. Good for him. Alright, we're almost there. Yeah, it's going fast now. It's going fast now. No, I'm not saying words. Don't be silly. So as you can see, there were a few issues there that we had with our playtest, right? Our guy was just sort of, our player was just sort of clinging between his legs. And our camera was way too high. A bunch of things that we can address. Yeah. To start off with, we can talk about this real quick right now. Our sockets. Sockets are the very important. They are how you set up where your character sits on it, where your character sits on your dino. Also, where you oh my gosh, I'm sorry. Where your dino will bite from, right? Where it attacks from, that is a socket. Footsteps, things like that. VFX, and things like that. Those are all done through sockets. I can show you really quickly on. I'll do it on Majunga because Majunga has a bunch of sockets. Let's just pull up Mahjong. Let's pull up the skeleton mesh so I can show you all of these sockets, right? There's a lot to go through. I'm not going to talk about all of them, but yes. So yeah, poop socket, right? Rider socket, buff sockets. The buff sockets, these are all like base game things, except for rider socket 2. Don't worry about that. But yeah, the buff sockets, those are for think of if your dino is like on fire, for example, and the fire VFX appears. That is that goes to this buff socket center dynamic. For UDs, for example, when they buff your dino and it gets that little golden little light that shimmers around it, that is through these buff sockets. So with these are taken again directly from vanilla creatures. You need to make extra sure that you are spelling everything correctly. You do not want to misspell anything, because they are referenced. Yeah, you need to make sure that you are spelling them all perfectly correctly. So we'll go ahead and do our rider socket real quick, which is on back 2. Maybe we'll set it to, yeah, we'll do that. Right click, add socket, and we'll call this rider socket. The capitals matter, capital R, capital S, rider socket, right? And we'll quickly adjust our TPV as well. By the way, instead of it being like camera, it's called FPV for first-person view, TPV for our third-person view. So we'll just adjust this real quickly. Let's set this to like 20, because our guy is way too small. And we will save this. And let's go back in game. And you'll see immediately that our rider position will have changed. We're not going through all this shit again, are we? Okay. Okay. Thank God. Oh my gosh. And now that we've done this, we don't actually need to do that. We can just go through our spawn history, and you can see that because we spawned in our dino, we spawned here. And now look at that. Our rider position is different. We are now phased inside of its back instead of at the base of its feet. And this thing is a little bit better. We can probably do better than that though. So let's say panic. No, there's no need to panic because everything is fine. Yeah, you just kind of finagle with these values. There's no real like science to it with the TPV thing. It's best to just kind of feel it out. it's too low now. Okay. Set it to 10. And we'll set this to, I don't know, 40. I just want to get it to a relatively presentable value, relatively acceptable. So that you can actually see what the heck you're doing. Unfortunately, honestly, it's a little bit better. I just think I need to 0. And we'll set this to like 30 or something. One last try. Please work. Please be good. Please be a good spot. There we go. Yeah, so now you can see your dino. Right? Let's F11. I'm actually going to what's that for volume? Maybe a little. Trying to get it just right. There we go. Yeah. Okay. So now that we have this, we can actually go into K mode. Zoom out. Right. And let's just tab out and grab this. I need to show this, so I can't really do it on my second monitor, so I'll just show you real quick here before I pull it over to my second monitor, right? How am I going to do this? Well, you know what? I'll do it like this. Perfect. So let's adjust real quick so we can see our writer socket. And what we're going to do is we're just going to I'm adjusting Majunga, that's why. So let's take you again real quick. So you're facing this way, so we want you to be facing this way. And then we want you to be facing that way. Yeah, so you can adjust it directly while playing. Very, very easy. Very handy. Save that. Minimize that. Does that look good? That looks good enough for what we're doing today, honestly. So you'll notice that I am left clicking. I am biting right now, but he's not doing anything. And that's because we haven't set up our anim montages yet, which are for your attacks and things like that, right? Yeah, currently he can't really do anything. Also, yeah, we can adjust his speed as well, because he's currently sliding a lot. So let's go plugins, tutorial dyno. Let's open this guy up real quick. And we'll do speed. Max walk speed. There we go. So he was going really fast. So I'm probably going to set this to, like, honestly, maybe 125. Let's try that. There is an art to this. The best advice that I can give is to, when you're making your walking and running animations, if you're using them in Blender, to pick a speed, and then there are things you can use. There are like planes and things like that. Plane, like plane, like a flat plane. So that way you can line up your running animation so that it moves at a specific speed. I did that for Majunga. I highly recommend doing that. It's much easier than trying to line it up in Kit. Yeah, I highly recommend that, and then you can just copy it over. You just got to know how to do math. If you're, for example, like doing the Hynodon thing, you would just need to do math. Like if your Hynodon is 1.5 times bigger, then you'll need to look at the Hynodon character BP, figure out what its walk speed is, and then multiply that by 1.5, right? Our guy is significantly smaller, so I'm going to set it to 125. The other one is multiplier. Let's see, it's a running speed multiplier. No, where is it? Running. Let me look up running. There we go. Running speed modifier. That's what it's called. Currently it's set to 2.8. I think with Majunga, let me double check real quick. I believe it's significantly higher than that because Majunga has a really, really slow walking speed. Actually, I can just, let me just look up speed. Is that close with the speed? 240, so it needs to be 120. Oh, so close. Basically, I was right. I'll take that. And then your running speed modifier. .5. Yeah, I knew it was something crazy high. Running speed modifier from 2.8. We're going to set that to 4.5. Okay. We're going to compile. And we're going to save. We're going to exit out of that. We're going to exit out of Majunga so I don't accidentally rotate the rider. I'm going to Alt-P. We're going to spawn you in. And look at that. No longer sliding around. Our little baby. He's running. He's kind of sliding a little bit, but that's just because the animation is like that. Okay, so my turn rate is very, very tight. Do I want that? Holy crap, it's so tight. Okay, that sounds really wrong. I'm not gonna comment on that. Let's change that. Let's change that. That is rotation. Maybe it's not. Oh my god. Will be set to something really high right now. Rotation rate. Yeah, okay, it was rotation rate. Yeah. It's currently it's set to 120. The higher the number, the tighter the term, so we're gonna set it to 60. Let's say it's gonna be a little less tight. For a turn. Again, for a turn. We're talking about tight as in the context of turning things. And now, yeah, you can see. Little less tight of a turn rate. Yeah, I think that's good. There's also, specifically, there is modifiers for when accelerating affects it, which let me find, or when charging, right? Yeah, charging rotation rate modifiers. So yeah, for example, like if you want when he's charging to, or when he's running to have a slightly like wider turn rate or whatever, you would do that there, right? right, yes. You can see that it's set to 0.8 on Majunga, so that way he rotates. Again, it's math, which sucks. So let's say that I want him to rotate. I want him to have a wide turn rate while he's charging, but maybe a little tighter one, so we'll set it to 80, maybe, a little higher. Right? But when he's turning, he's going to have a wider one, right? Which is typically what most creatures are. Most creatures are, I think, 0.8. But for ours, I set it to 0.6. So let's see what that looks like. Let's see if that's a good value that we want our guy at, that we want our tutorial dino at. Right, let's swing him in. So a little tighter now, so that way when he's turning in place, it's not quite as obnoxious. But see, when turning, yeah, a little more wide. Right. Okay. Yeah, I think that's good. All right. So, other things to talk about. Let's do animations next, right? Yeah, we'll do animations next. So, again, I'm having to go back and forth between these two a lot. We're going to open up our skeletal mesh again. And I'm going to need to remember where this is at. Oh, no, I'm sorry, not the skeletal mesh, the skeleton. Excuse me. Is it? Maybe not. Oh my gosh. Oh Lord. Give me 1 sec. I need to scroll back up to find exactly where this is at. I'm losing my mind. I'm losing my mind. Alright, let's just go in here. Maybe we do it here. Again, we're doing it live. We're doing it live. I shouldn't have done it live. I should not have done it live. Oh my gosh, I'm sorry guys. I am like struggling to find where this is at. Oh shoot. Why is it not here? why is it not here? Asset browser. Why are you not here? Why are you not here? You should be here. God dang it. Are you kidding me? Really? Oh my lord. This is so sad. It is hiding. I need to remember where it's at. This is so bad. Oh god. There we are. Oh my goodness. Okay. Sorry about that. Okay. Oh lordy. Good grief. Okay. So, what I just did there, yeah. If you ever can't find anything, by the way, yeah, you come up to here, go to window, and it'll be listed up here. What we want is Anim Slot Manager. So let me grab a vanilla creature. So I should say there are two different types of animations. There are full body animations. Excuse me, full body animations, and then there are additive animations. A full body animation is an animation that uses the full body of the creature, right? Pretty self-explanatory, I think. Yeah, an additive animation is an animation that is additive, right? An animation that plays over top of another animation, right? Think of like, it's mainly used for animations that are used while you're moving, right? So, I guess for Yudi, right? A Yudi is a good example. Yudi, when you roar, your dino stops moving. You completely stop moving, and you roar, and you can't like move your creature while that's happening, right? That's a full body animation. A additive animation is like the bite. So you can bite on a Yudi while you're moving, right? That's an additive animation. It's playing on top of the walking animation, right? In order to do that, you need animation slots. So let's grab Aloe or something, just because you were the first one that I saw. So we'll grab you, and again, window up here, Anim Slot Manager, and you can see, yeah, default group, additive group, full body group, right? We don't need to worry about these ones, but we do need to worry about these. So we again, you need to make sure you spell it exactly. Okay, so we'll do default group, additive group, full body group. Additive with 2 Ds, remember that. Default slot, additive slot. Oh no, sorry. Additive slot. Right. And you see? Now we have those. Okay. I'm sorry that took so long. That should not have taken that long. But yeah, we got them eventually. Yeah. So yeah, you need your additive slot. You need your full body slot. Technically, you don't really need a default slot, but whatever. I just wanted to do it anyways. So going back to what we talked about earlier, there are animations called montages. These are animations that are like set to play. They're different than your sequences. Your sequences are just what are plugged into the anim blueprint. And your montages are the only way that an animation can be plugged into the character blueprint. So you need to create montages of your, like, not of your walk and run and idle animations, but of your other animations. This is your eat animations, this is your hurt animations, your lay egg animations, your attack animations especially, which is what we're going to talk about right now. So I'm just going to create. So you right click on whatever animation it is, you'll right click create anim montage, and it'll make a montage. And I'm taking my hands off because it's frozen. Yet again, what fun. Okay. And we'll go ahead and open that up. And now, once again, yeah, you can see that now that we've done that, we have these default group, default slot. We want to change those. So this is an additive byte. I want this byte to play while it's walking and while it's standing still. So I am going to change the slot to additive slot. Save. And it's not going to work right away, and that's because I haven't set it up to parent to the previous idle animation, right? Which, if you recall, we had to do that also with the aim offsets, where we needed to set them up to, excuse me, to reference the idle animation in order for them to work correctly. So we're going to need to do that same thing here. Not in here, I'm sorry, in the sequence, not in the montage. We're going to need to do it in the sequence. And we're going to go down here, scroll down, mesh space, selected animation frame, control space to, again, bring up our content browser, go to animations. Let's find our idle. Slot that in and make sure that it's set to frame 0. Save. And we should be good. And now when we open this up, it is still not working because we need to slot in preview base pose. And look at that. And now you can see that this byte is working. Hey, look at that. Crazy. Crazy stuff. All right, and now we're going to save. We're going to go back to our character blueprint. Oh my gosh. Okay. Again, class defaults. Let's just scroll all the way back up. Search up AI. For your attacks, they're under attack infos. Or you can just search up attack, probably. And here. So again, we're only going to have one attack, so we're just going to plug this in here. We're going to delete that. We're going to delete that. Attack animation weights. Anything that's like weights, that is how frequently it uses it. So because we only have one animation, we're going to set it to 1. Right? And here we go. Now we're on byte. So don't need these. We're going to plug in this. And again, attack animation weight. I'm going to set it to 1. Yippee. And we see right here, melee swing sockets. Again, like what we did with the rider, we had to create a rider socket, right? So we're going to go into our skeleton, and just like we did with our rider socket, we're going to need to create a melee socket for our melee attack. So let's find the head. We'll do head, right click, add socket, and we'll call this melee socket 1. Right? And we don't want it to be right at the head. We probably want it to be a little more forward, like in the middle of the mouth, right? Like right there. That's probably good for our melee socket. Okay. So, melee socket 1, that should be the same name. Melee socket 1, save, compile, save. And we are technically, he has a second attack. We don't really want that though, so I'm just going to delete that one. Okay. Yeah, we'll just worry about that for now. Let's compile. Okay, and let's save. And now, when I load in to the editor, hands up. And I ride him. You can see he's doing a little bite. Hey, he's doing a little bite, and he can do it while he's moving. Yippee. Isn't that fantastic? So now you have a dino that can theoretically attack things, right? Stunning. We love that. I really need to fix this camera angle. But, oh gosh. Lord, whatever. It's fine. It's fine. It's so fine. Okay, but we probably want to adjust some things because this is based on Carno, and there is a lot of... this guy's a lot smaller than Carno, so maybe we want to reduce the range and the minimum range because we're a lot smaller, so we'll just have those values. Let's say 250, 150. The melee swing radius being 110 is probably fine. The attack offset, that's semi-important. We'll just set that. We'll have that to 105. Stamina cost is 0. That's fine. Melee damage amount, 35 damage seems like a lot for this guy. This guy is real small, probably around like raptor sized. So maybe we'll have that. We'll set that to, we'll round up. We'll say 18. 18 damage. All right. We'll save that. And there's a bunch of values here that you can kind of see, right? Skip Untamed. If there's specific attacks that you don't want the thing to use well in the wild, attack stops movement. That is a big one for, again, like the Yudi thing, if you want that, where you want it to like completely stop moving, be rigid, and a bunch of things like this. Again, not going to get super into that because that stuff is not really necessary. The only other thing that is semi-necessary, and I'm not going to go super deep into it, is this. Melee damage type. That is the type of damage, right? Obviously. Basically what that means is if there's any kind of debuffs that you want your creature to apply. Maybe... honestly, I think this guy is fine. I don't think I want to change this at all. But there are certain ones, like, I think it's Gash? Yes. Melee, Dinosaur, yeah. Gash, Dinosaur, Carnivore, Medium, Gash. That is for Thyla, right? And then Nash, I think, is... It's weird that they have it named that way. Yeah, Nash, right? So that's for Aloe. That's for Giga, stuff like that. If there's specific debuffs, again, just open up their character blueprint and scroll down to see what melee damage type they use. Maybe for this guy, for Majunga, what I used is I used the Argent. Carnivore. Let me see if I can find it. But there's a whole bunch of them, right? There's, it was medium, I think. Medium, yeah, medium bleed, right? You can see there's a whole bunch of them, right? Flyer, here it is. Flyer. Yeah, Flyer, Corpse, Regen, right? So that's the thing that Argent does, work and heal. Again, eventually when you get more advanced with things, you can actually make your own unique damage types that have your own unique debuffs and things like that, but there's plenty of vanilla ones to get what you want, unless there's a very specific debuff that you want to apply, in which case, yeah, I'm not going to talk about that today, sorry. But yeah, let's say that I want this guy to harvest and heal from corpses, right? So I'm going to do that. And you can change that. Other than that, yeah. You'll probably need to fickle. What? You'll probably need to mess around with some of these values just when you're playing. And when you're playing, you'll kind of get the hang of it, of like what this attack range should be based on the size of your creature. I can't really give like a scale for it. It's just something that you need to sort of just run around and test. The melee swing radius as well. The melee swing radius is the excuse me, is the like the range of it. Think of like Giga or Basilo. You know how Giga and Basilo can, when they bite and they can hit things that are like at their ass, right? But other creatures, when they bite, they can only hit things that are like in front of them, and it can be kind of annoying. So you may want to increase this. Maybe I'll increase this to maybe like 160, right? That's probably fine. Melee damage impulse, that's knockback. I don't want this to be that high at all. I will say it's a high number, again, for a reason. I'm going to just have this to 40,000, right? That might seem like a crazy high number. I promise you, it's not. It's really not. You will sometimes set that value to be like in the millions. It is like absurd how high that number needs to be. But yeah, that's pretty much it for attacks. Again, if you want to add multiple animations, you would just add them here. And then you would add the weight. So if I have 2 animations, I would just set this one to 0.5, and then this one to 0.5, right? That way, it like interchanges and plays both of them. If there's one, for whatever reason, you want it to play more frequently, then you would set that one to a higher weight. Yeah, and then you would set it to melee swing sockets. So let's say, I'm not going to do it today, but let's say that this creature has another animation that is a tail swing. So then I would need to go into the tail, right, and add a melee swing socket to like this tailbone or something like that. And I would name that melee socket 2, and then for that attack, I would change this melee swing socket to melee socket 2, right? Pretty basic stuff. It's fairly self-explanatory. Yeah. So you would set that to whatever socket you're using. Set your animation, set the weight of it. If you're using multiple animations, you can label it if you want. Range socket, yeah, we're not going to talk about ranged attacks. But yeah, then you would do, again, your melee damage type if there's a specific debuff. Otherwise, you would just set it to like melee _ dino _ carnivore _ whatever. And you would do that, and then all of these little values that you can sort of tweak if you want to. And all these little check marks that, again, they are fairly self-explanatory. Prevent on female, prevent on male. I wonder what those do. Requires walking, requires swimming, attack stops movement. Wow. Yeah, these are all, fairly self-explanatory. Yeah. That's pretty much it for attacks, I think. So we have our creature, and our creature can attack. Actually, it can't. It can't. And I'll tell you why, because I forgot a step. You see he's attacking, but let's say, let me spawn in a, let's do like a para. You can see. Oh. Okay, what is that? What the heck? How weird. Okay. Well, it didn't work the second time. And that's because we need to set up something in here. An anim notify. Right? Down here, this little notifies thing. We need to set up one of those. Right? Let me open up Majongo really quickly to show you. Again, I'm going back and forth between them a lot. Attack bite. I don't remember if it's in the sequence or not. Let me see. Probably in the montage. Yeah. It's frozen. There we go. Anim notify state custom. Melee swing, right? Again, going back to that. Melee swing. Hey, I heard of that before, right? We've seen that in here. Right here. Melee swing sockets, you know? So what we're going to do is we're going to go in here. We're going to right click. I think it's notify state. And notify state custom. And we're going to name this. We'll go to details. Let's just extendo this thing out. Let's save. Where is your name? Why are you not? Hello? Why can't I name you? Why can't I name you? Why can't I name you? Oh my god, what the fuck? Why can't I name you? What the heck? What the hey, dude? What the heck? Why? Oh my gosh, are you serious? Why am I running into so many random issues that I've never run into before today when I'm doing it live? There we go. Event name. Gosh. Melee swing. There we go. Oh my lord. I'm sorry. Yeah, so you set it up here. Event name, melee swing, right? And we're going to line it up to, let's say, about there, right? Probably chomp. Yeah. That's probably good, right? That's a good melee swing. Chomp, right? Whenever he's biting down. Or whatever part of the animation you want it to be on. Right? We'll save that. Also, I should mention here that sounds as well. I'm not really going to talk about sounds that much. But sounds are added here. You'd right-click, add notify. Play sound, right? And then you would plug in whatever sound you're using. Yeah, sounds, again, I don't do my sounds. I have other people that make sounds for me. When you make it, it'll come in here as a sound wave. The main thing I'll say is, yeah, when you make it and it's a sound wave, you'll right click and you'll create a queue, and that'll create one of these things that you'll open up. If you have multiple sounds, they're more complex, but just a single sound, it'll just be this. And all you'll do, actually, yeah, I can show this real quick. Why not? Let me do it. I'm doing the whole thing anyways. I might as well show this. Let's make a folder for sounds. So again, let's go to Majunga sounds. Let's do byte 1, byte 2, byte 3. Yeah, actually, I won't do every single sound, but I will do the bytes, right? And I'll show you because there's multiple bytes. So let's rename this. Tutorial Dino underscore byte. Right? And I will right click, create queue. Okay, Tutorial Dino underscore byte underscore queue. I'll open that up. Okay, now typically speaking, if you're gonna have something like a byte that is gonna be played a lot, you probably want to have multiple sounds instead of just a single one, because it can get really annoying, and it can get kind of really annoying if you're playing the same sound over and over and over and over again, right? So what we're going to do is we're going to right click here, and again you can see this is wave player tutorial dino underscore byte, right? So we're going to right click, we're going to search up wave player, we're going to grab that. We're going to right click, we're going to do wave player, right? And all we're going to do is we're going to, again, control space, open up this little, open up the little content drawer. Okay, dog, he's going crazy right now, damn. And we're just going to grab byte 2 and we're going to plug it in here, right? And we'll grab byte 3 and we'll plug it in here. Now, this is the most advanced graphic we're going to do today. We're going to search up random. And we're going to plug that in. And oh no, there's only 2 inputs, so what are we going to do? We're going to add an input for our 3 or for however many. If you have 4 or 5 or 6, whatever, you'll add as many as you want. And when we play it, oh, whoa, it plays a random, right? Okay, so the last thing you'll need to do here is you will need to set these 2 values here. Class, just set it to creatures. No, I guess you don't need to. Whatever. Okay, we'll leave that. Ignore that. Ignore what I just said. I said it wrong. This one. Okay, this is a very, very, very important setting. Do not forget it when you're making your sounds. It's called attenuation. This is like the range that you can hear your sound from, right? So for small creatures like raptors and things, think about like when you hear like a bite. If you're standing like 50 feet away from that creature, the bite is a lot quieter than it is when you're right next to it. That's what attenuation is. If you forget to add attenuation, what'll happen is anytime your creature is loaded in and rendered in, these sounds will be playing at full volume, and it's really, really grating. I've seen a couple of mods that they forget to do this for an update, and it is so fucking annoying. It is so irritating. So just make sure you do this. Typically, medium small is probably fine. You can do small. Yeah, I'd say medium small is probably fine, or maybe I'll just do small. How about? Because he's a small guy, right? It'd be medium, medium large, etc., for whatever size your creature is, right? And that's how you make this. And you would obviously repeat that. I'm only going to do it for this one sound, but obviously you would repeat that for all of your sounds, right? If you have an idle sound, if you have a roar, for example, that you're doing, you would do the same thing, and you would set it to whatever value. And then we'll go back to our animation, our play sound, control space, bring up our content drawer. Again, can't emphasize enough that keyboard shortcut, it's so handy. And we'll select this, and we'll plug it in, right? And now, listen to that. Now you can hear him bite every time he bites. Isn't that cool? Percent chance to play. That's not important here, but if you're doing an idle sound, for example, you would probably want to set that to like 0.1 or 0.2. Otherwise, your idle sound will just play every single time, and it'll get really annoying. A good example of this, I would say, is Galley. If anyone remembers how noisy galleys used to be, where they would play that stupid idle sound constantly, that's because the percent chance to play in their idle was set way higher than it probably should have been. So it was playing that idle sound over and over and over again, and it was really, really annoying. So you would set this percent chance to play to like 0.1. That means like basically 1 in every 10 times that the idle loops, it'll play that sound, right? But that's how you set up sounds and how you slot them in, and that's how you set up your melee swing and stuff like that, right? Yeah, now he's biting. And look at that. And now, let me go in. Alt P. Glorious. Glorious Alt P. Oh no. I knocked something over. I hope it didn't break anything. That'll be fine. Tutorial Dino. Look at that. He's here. He's ready to roll. And you can hear. Oh! Hello, he's biting! Oh, yay! Let's spawn in our para, and I'm biting him. And I'm actually biting him. I'm a little slow, but that's okay. And yeah, that's how you set up bites. That's how you set up attacks, like basic attacks and things, right? So now our creature is attacking. Our creature is no longer sliding around. Our speed is set. Let's spawn in a like super high level one, right? Let's see if this works actually. I'm curious. Sheet SDF tutorial dino 150 right? Oh, it worked. Nice. Now, our guy is tiny, right? But 4,000 health Ah, that seems like a lot. 10,000 food. 1,000 weight on this guy. That seems like a lot. That's because we're still using Carno's stats. So we're going to need to change our stats for our dino. That's probably one of the last big things that we need to change. Okay. That is done. Again, we'll open back up our defaults. That is done over here on the left-hand side. We'll scroll down. Dino character status _ BP _ Carno _ C1. Right? So this is currently using Carno, essentially, right? So we're going to right click, we're going to find class. I'm going to minimize. And look, there it is. So we have our Dino character status _ BP _ Carno. We're going to go all the way down. We're going to make a copy of that. We're going to copy that. We're going to go in here. We're going to change the name of this to whatever your name is, Tutorial Dino. Okay? Now, let's open this up. And you can see, here are our stats. Lovely. So 420 health seems like a lot for something that's that small. Let's set it to maybe 250, right? Stamina. He's slow, but maybe he's got a decent amount of stamina, right? Maybe he's like a fast, or not fast, but he's like a distance runner, right? So let's set that to a little higher. Let's set that to 450. These are good. Food, 2,000. Let's have that. This guy is small. He's not that hungry. Water is fine. Temperature, we're not worrying about those. Weight, 300. That seems like a lot for something that's this small. Maybe let's set that to 200, right? And yeah, that should be fine. So we'll save this, or we'll compile this, and then we'll save this. The only other thing I will mention here is the other things that you can modify here are amount gained per level, right? Generally speaking, you do not want to change these values. These are like default across almost every single dino in the game. There are a few exceptions though. Giga, like vanilla Giga, how it doesn't get like any health at all when it levels up, or like stamina or anything at all, that is modified here, right? So if you ever want to modify those values, you would do that here, right? But generally speaking, you don't want to or need to, unless there's like, for whatever reason, you want like, again, like a Giga, like if you want a certain value to either like increase more than it normally would, or decrease, or increase less than it normally would, that's where you would do that, right? And we'll go back. Let me close out of some of these. We don't need our additive or anything like that. We don't need our skeleton anymore. We don't need body shake Q. We don't need our bite. So we'll go here, and we named this Dino character status component _ BP _ tutorial dino. So we're gonna add. Let's just search up tutorial dino, and look at that, tutorial dino right here. So we'll add that. Now, with this, now what you can do is you can take this and you can delete that, right? You can just delete that buddy, and he's gone. And now our dino is using these stats. So now we go P. Oh Lord, talking for 3 hours straight is taxing on my voice. So now, when we spawn in our guy, high level, right? Or 150, access inventory. You can see, 2,200 health. Still 1,000 weight. Why? Fuck. I have no idea why it's still 1,000 weight. That's so weird. Who am I to question it? Maybe we just got an absurdly high weight stat. Wait, did we just get like a really high weight stat here? No, why are they all 1,000 weight? What the fuck? Anyways, you can see that their other stats are normal, okay? Their other stats are normal. It's fine. Yeah, I don't know why weight is like that. It shouldn't be. It definitely shouldn't be like that. So I'm going to say that's just a little quirk. And that's how you set your stats. Right? Now, these guys have a little heart above them, right? Oh, so cute. So cute. We love that. But if they breed, they're going to lay a Carno egg. And we don't want that, right? We want our dino to lay an actual egg for us, right? For our guy. So we're going to search up egg on class defaults again. Egg items to spawn, fertilize egg items to spawn, right? Pretty self-explanatory. I should mention this. This is something that I haven't really mentioned before. This little folder with the magnifying glass in front of it. What this does, it's very, very handy. If you click on it, it'll bring you to that file, right? And you can see. Primal item consumable _ egg _ Carno and fertilized, right? They're right next to each other. That makes it easy for us. So what we're going to do, we're just going to quickly make copies of those. Again, copies, never move things or ever, unless you're making a new file or something. And we're going to rename these egg _ tutorial dino, right? This one. Tutorial dino. Okay. Then now, let's open these up. And really the only thing we need to change here is... Okay, there's two main things we should probably change. Which are... I guess these ones. Yeah, descriptive name. So yeah, first off, you'll want to change your name of it, right? So we'll search up descriptive or just name. Probably do descriptive, so that you can see the description as well of it, right? If you're making items or anything like that, this is where you would set your description. But this is tutorial dino egg, right? Okay. So we'll save that. Save. The other thing there is, let's search up aggro. So that you saw there. Eggs alert dinos, right? So this is if there's an egg in the wild, it'll aggro this certain type of dino. And again, you can see aggro tags. That goes back, again, like I mentioned earlier, to our dino name tag, right? Reference to the saddle. This is sort of the actual name of your dino as how it's referenced to other various blueprints and things like that is this thing versus the descriptive name, which is what it is like actually in game, right? So name tag. So we're going to change, I mean, it's the same for either way. So for us at least. So what we'll do is set this to tutorial dino. Now, anytime our creature, anytime we pick up an egg in the wild, our dino will be aggroed, right? We're done with the status component. We don't need that anymore, right? And then the last two that we're going to change, you can always go over here and click show only modified. By the way, if you're only looking for things that were changed, it's not super useful in like vanilla blueprints, but if you're trying to find like a specific value or something that you tweaked that maybe you can't remember the name of, you can just go in here, show modified, and it'll only show things that you have changed, right? So you can just go in and find whatever, right? Okay. And I'm doing that just to narrow down the search to find the things that were changed here. So here, these are, I don't know if I should do this. I guess I will do these, even though they're very minor things, right? This is the color of the egg and the color of the HUD icon, right? So I'm going to search this, grab this, drag it, copy, right? And we're going to do the same thing with the actual mesh, right? That's like the HUD icon when you're in your inventory and you can see it. That's what it looks like in there. This material instance is the actual color of the egg, like in the like when it's dropped on the ground, right? And we'll copy that, And let's change the name of these again. Rename. A lot of renaming. Tutorial Dino. And we'll rename this. Rename Tutorial Dino. Now, you can open these up. And what color should I make it? I don't know. Guys, what color should I make the egg? It's currently kind of gray and black. Kind of crappy. Maybe we want it to be pink. Yes, we'll make it pink. We'll make a pink egg. Yay. We'll make it pink. And then we'll take this one and make this one kind of pink as well. Right. Okay. There we go. We have a pink egg. Very cute. Or at least we have a pink egg icon, because now what we need to do is go in here, open up this material, and change the colors in here as well. Because again, this is the actual color. You can see they're... I'll just give it a sec because it's loading up the colors right now. But yeah, you can see, look at that. So what we're going to do, and the easiest way I think to do this, is just to copy this color. And it's pink. It's beautiful. Copy. Look at that. Stunning. We have a beautiful pink egg. Beautiful. And we're going to save. Oh my god. I just cracked my knuckles. Wow, that was loud. Holy crap. Oh my gosh. But yeah, we're just going to save these, and then we're going to plug these in again into the egg and get everything all set up, and it's going to be great. And we're going to do the same thing here. We're going to save, and then we're going to go back to our consumable again. Control space to pop this up. And we're going to grab these, plug that in. Plug that in. And now, our unfertilized egg is done. And we're going to do the exact same thing with our fertilized egg now. Except this time we've already copied over all of these colors and things. So actually what I'm going to do, I think, is make a folder. And we'll call it egg. And we'll just move all these in there. Again, just for the sake of keeping things organized for future reference. Yeah. So we'll open up the fertilized egg. There's a couple of extra steps we need to do with the fertilized egg. But in general, same thing. Search up description, fertilized tutorial dino egg. Right. I don't believe aggro is a thing. Oh, no, it is. Wow. I didn't know that was a thing on fertilizing. Oh, I guess that makes sense. Yeah. Okay. Tutorial dino. There we go. And now we'll search up again. We'll search up just material. Right. And we'll go into the egg. And again, plug in that there. Plug in this here. And we'll search up. Here we go. Egg dino class to spawn. Look at that. That's set to Carno character underscore BP. So we're going to go to our character BP and we're going to plug that in. And now, every time it hatches, it'll hatch our correct baby dino and not a Carno. And the last thing we need to do is go in here, again, back to our character BP, search up egg, and we're going to need to plug these in here as well. So control space, bring that up. Let's bring up our egg. This is our unfertilized. So that goes here. We'll pull up our fertilized, and that goes here. And that is that. And we're almost ready. We are so close. There's a couple of other things we need to do. But yeah, if anyone has any questions, I'm kind of moved quick through that. I apologize. But yeah. So yeah, if anyone has any questions, let me know. That is that. I'm gonna step away very quickly. I will be right back once again. And then we're gonna get started on the last little bit, which is gonna be our dino settings, which is where we'll set up our footprints, where we'll set up the taming foods, so like what you need to feed it to tame it and stuff like that. Also, that's yep. I'll just leave it at that. There's some other stuff, but that's like the main things that we set up there. Hello. I am back once again. Nobody had any questions, so we're gonna move right onward. Okay. I guess one more thing I should actually talk about real quick before I move on to the dino settings. Is targeting team. There's carnivores medium, carnivores large. I think there's a carnivore small. Let me actually open up. Let me open up Raptor and see what Raptor is set to. There's a bunch of them. Again, just open up whatever related creature your sort of is a similar size and see what it's set to, and that's probably what you want it to be set to. So let's grab Raptor. Where are you? I'll open you up. Okay, so it's called targeting team. You are set to carnivores medium. Wow. Okay, so interesting. All right, cool. Well, that's fine then. Maybe carnivores small is like for Dillo and stuff. We're done with all of these, so we'll leave that. That's just all that is like what not what will aggro on it, but what it will aggro to. right? So think of like the ocean. Again, the ocean is probably a good example because literally everything in the ocean aggroes to everything, and that's because of the targeting team that they have. It's really, really fucking annoying. But yeah, you can. There's a whole bunch of these that you can set it to. Again, just look through various creatures and things like that and find out which one you want it to be, basically. Okay. I think that's pretty much it. The last thing. Again. To be our dino. Actually, I should talk about that. Good thing Let's talk about color sets. There we go. That's a good one. Before I forget about that. Color sets, yes. For our dino, right? This is what they will spawn as in the wild, right? So, tutorial dino, right? This is what your dino will spawn as in the wild. So what you'll want to do is open up your textures. And this is where the colorize again comes in handy. If your dino doesn't have a colorize for whatever reason, like if you're making, let's say like a Titan or something that like only one is going to spawn, so it doesn't need a colorize, then you will need to worry about that, setting up anything like a color set. But for us, what we want to do is, we want to look here. We can see that, okay, so the regions we're using, pay attention to these numbers. We're using region 0. We're using region 2, we're using region 3, and we're using region 5, right? So in here, look at this, numbered 0 to 5. What a surprise. And then in here, look up color. Here we go. Wow, really? Interesting. Okay. So 1, it means that it will not be used, and 0 means that it will be used, I guess. I'm pretty sure. So for us, we want 0, 2, 3, and 5. This is in the character BP if you just search up color, right? Prevent colorization regions. So again, we want to prevent colorization in 1, in 4. That's it. Right, so we'll set those to 1, and then everything else to 0, right? And then let's real quickly, again, all the way down to the bottom, if you remember before, preview mesh, just for ease, so I remember what region is what. Tutorial dino, there we go. Our color 0 is stripes, right? So let's say color 0, let's call that stripes, right? Then our color 2 is main body. Color 1, we can just delete this. Color 2 is main body. And we'll actually just delete those as well because we'll add them ourselves. Right. Color 2. Our color 3 is stripe outlines. And then our color 5 is our feet. So our color 3, and that'll be stripe outlines. Our color 4, again, let's delete that. Color 4 is none. And our color 5 is our feet scales. Right. So, give that. So now we have our color 2, our color 3, our color 0, and our color 5. Right, for our 4 different regions. Now, what we'll do is we'll go to our color entry names, and all we're going to do is we're going to add however many we want, right? So the stripes are kind of light colored. I will say the easiest way to do this is to go on Google, and we're just going to search up ARC color IDs. Right. We're going to use the new wiki. The new wiki is more up to date, and it has the ASA colors. And we're not going to type in the numbers. We're going to type in the actual names here, right? And we're just going to go through. So I'm going to have this on my separate screen just so I can see it. And you can see. But yeah, go to that website. It's just search up like ARC color IDs. It's the ARC wiki, arc.wiki.gg, and do their color IDs, right? So I'm just going to do those, right? I'll add, let's say like 5. That's an easy one, right? So these are, remind me again, these are sort of light colored. So let's say, let's do like light orange, right? Light orange. And you need to make sure you spell it exactly how it's spelled on the wiki or whatever resource you're using. That way, yeah, like that's what it's referencing essentially, right? What's another one? Dino light brown. Dino light brown, right? Okay, what else? Should we do maybe some different colors? Let's do cream, maybe? Cream. Let's do, let's do wolf fur, right? That's kind of like a gray wolf fur. Okay. Next up, our main body. Our main body is really dark, so we're going to use dark colors, right? So let's do black, right? That's an easy one. Black. Let's do, maybe, let's spice it up. Let's do dark red. Ooh, wow, scary. Let's do, or actually, let's do Dino dark red. There we go. Dino dark red, right? Dino dark brown. Dark warm gray. Dark warm. Some of them have spaces in between them and some of them don't. You just need to look at them and make sure that you're spelling it correctly. Again, and let's do actual black. Right, okay. There's the main body. Now the stripe outlines. These ones I want to be light, like these, but I want them to be more like vibrant colored, right? So let's do, shoot, let's go crazy. Let's do light yellow. Let's do, let's say like blue or something. That could be fun. Like cyan. Dino light blue, yeah. Let's do Dino light blue. Dino light purple. I feel like I'm talking like Bob Ross right now. Shoot. Let's go crazy. Let's do glacial. Ooh, cool. Glacial. Yeah, I like that. Okay. And we'll do like a yellow, like an orange maybe. What was that one called? Oh, it's just called orange. Okay. Orange. Let's add a couple more to this one. Let's do peach. And let's do cream again. Cream. Right? You kind of get how this goes. So you just look at the wiki and you just add these in, right? And again, for feet scales, let's do Dino dark orange. Orange. Dark red. Let's do Dino deep blue. Let's do medium teal. Ooh, fancy. And let's do a green. Pine green. There we go. So we'll save that. Or compile that, save that. Now we'll go into our characters. And then, yeah, here, we'll just slot it in right here, right? Dino color set. Again, plug it in there. And you can see, you can set it differently for male and female, right? Yeah. Oh, sorry. I just saw your message. Yes, it will be uploaded as a VOD later. Yeah. Yeah. But yeah, so we just slot this in here, and we're all set. Save that. Save that. Compile. Oh, there we go. X out of that. X out of our color sets. Alt P. And let's play and let's just get a bunch of shit. Let's just get a bunch of these guys. Oh, look at you. Yeah, they have like crazy colors now. And look, now all of our color regions are working. We can see some orange down there. That one got the blue. This one's kind of cool looking. This one's nice. that one is mustard. Yeah, and you can see there's a bunch. I like that. That one's really cool. Okay, I like that one quite a bit. That's nice. Yeah, and that's how you set up color regions, right? Or that's how you set up color sets. Right. Okay, so now that we have that, the next thing that we need to do is do the Dino settings. Sorry, I'm just looking at my notes. Mustard! Done. I'm sorry, my brain is rotted. I apologize. So let's do Dino settings. Here we go. Dino settings. And again, that little folder with the magnifying glass is so handy. You can just click it, and it'll immediately bring you to whatever file you have, right? Dino settings _ carnivore _ large _ or dino settings _ carnivore _ large _ carno. There we go. And yeah, make a copy of that. And these are our dino settings. You can see straight away. Oh my God! Look, Carno foot. Yeah. It's a Carno foot. We're going to rename this first and foremost. Again. Carnivore _ let's change it to small, honestly. No, we'll leave it large. _ tutorial dino. Even though our guy is small, we're copying a large one. So, again, this is where. And if we drop this down, if we just search up footprint, yeah, you can see all of the different footprints. So whatever size that your creature you're using, I think Carno probably would be best for us. I'll see how it looks. But yeah. Okay. And then here is the food effectiveness, right? So you can see, yeah, most of this we're going to keep the same. This is our raw meat, right? Stuff like that. The only thing we might change, you'll notice, let me find it real quick. Here we go, guys. So you can see here, kibble _ base, right? So all kibble gives this value, right? All kibble gives, right? Or where's the first one? Yeah, here, kibble _ base, right? All kibble gives that, but there's a specific kibble, if we scroll down here to here, kibble _ base _ medium, right? That kibble is the kibble that's used to tame it, right? You can see 400 freaking taming efficiency. That's a lot. Now, our creature is kind of smaller than that, so maybe I don't want it to use medium, right? So let's do kibble _ base, and I'll do small, right? I think small. Let's use basic kibble, right? So that's how you change that. And again, this affinity override, or yeah, this affinity thing is where you set it. So let's find like prime meat or like mutton or something, right? Here, prime meat, affinity override, right? And that's how much taming affinity it's going to give, right? Cooked prime meat, 75. Raw prime meat, 150, right? You can see, like, yeah, how that sort of goes, right? And then, yeah, here's extra food effectiveness multiplier, right? Right there, right? And that's where you'll plug in your whatever taming food, right? So you have your normal food effectiveness multipliers, and then extra food effectiveness for the specific type of kibble or whatever the taming food is, right? And then this here, I'm not going to touch on this super much, but it's kind of self-explanatory what it does, I think, right? You can see if you want your creature, let's say you have like a rock elemental or something like that, and you want like here, right? Because of course carnivores, they take 60% damage from herbivores. That's just a thing in Ark, and it's stupid, and that's set here, right? So if there's a specific dino or something that, or a specific damage type, I believe it's only damage types that you can do here. Yes. So if there's a specific damage type you don't want them to take as much damage from, let's say you want them to be like Oh, a good example would be like if you want them to be like immune to tranks or something like that. You would set that here, right? And that's where you would set them in these extra damage type adjusters. Again, you just plug in the damage type and then you set the damage multiplier, right, to whatever you want it to be. Higher than 1 is a multiplier. Less than 1 is like a fraction of it. Pretty self-explanatory. We'll save that. We'll go into our Dino settings and we're going to plug this in, right? So now we have our Dino settings set up for our taming effectiveness and everything. Let's actually search up sound real quick. Oh my goodness. This is where we would set our footstep sounds. Again, going back to those cues, I'm not going to make sound cues for every single sound, but you would plug those in here, right? If you had a custom footstep sound, most creatures don't. You don't really need one. I am going to change this one because this is footstep underscore heavy. Gen underscore water underscore. Let's do light, right? Because our guy is light, you know? Okay. There we go. And we'll save that. Now, even though we have all this stuff set up, we are not going to actually hear any footsteps or anything like that because we have not yet set them up in our... we haven't set them up yet in our animations, right? That is something you need to set up in the actual animations themselves. So I'll show that real quick. Okay. But let's see, what have we done? What have we covered? Oh, we've done color sets and then we did dino settings. Okay. I'm sorry, I'm getting all frazzled now. Okay. For your sprint and your walk and things like that, honestly, the best advice that I can give is to go into game. Go into Primal Earth. You're never going to guess what we're going to do, but we're going to go into dinos. We're going to go into a similarly sized dino like Carno. We're going to go into animations. We're going to find, let's see, charge forward. And we are going to look at how it's set up there, and we're just going to copy it. We're not going to copy it exactly, obviously, because we're going to need to time it with our own footsteps, right? How fascinating. So these, what are these? RB underscore foot underscore VFX dash VFX, right? SKT underscore VFX, right? What are those? Well, again, shocker, just like when we had to set up our melee swing sockets and our rider sockets, we need to set up these sockets, right? So we are going to go into our tutorial dyno. We're going to go into our foot. This is our foot L, right? We're going to right click. We're going to add socket. We're going to add a socket, right? We're going to make sure we spell these exactly right. We want L underscore Toby 1. Right. Okay. Okay. We have that. And then we have LB foot underscore VFX. Right. Again, with this kind of stuff, yeah, I recommend just copying it. It's much easier. Trust. And we're going to do the same thing with the foot, right? Or with the right foot, sorry. Hit socket. I'm going to copy. Paste. Oops. And we're going to copy. And and there we go. Now we have our sockets set up. Right. Save you. That I has been capitalized this whole time, hasn't it? That is slightly upsetting to me. Huh. Well, oh well. That's fine. And now, again, we're going to grab these. You can see all these notifies, right? And we're going to add those to our actual animation itself on our creature. So we're going to go to plugins. We're going to go down to our tutorial dyno. And we're going to open up our animations. I'll probably just do it for the walk, maybe. I don't know if I'll do it for the sprint as well. But for the walk. Now, you can technically copy these. However, it'll crash your kit. And the reason why is because you don't have enough notify tracks. You just need to add a shit ton of notify tracks. So let's add, how many do we need? 10, is that enough? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Nice. We're going to copy those. I'm going to go in here. Right click. Oops. Oh, shit. Oh, don't you dare. Don't you dare. Right click. And look at that. Now we have this. Right? But obviously they're not going to line up perfectly. So what we're going to have to do is right here. And we're starting with our left foot. So we're actually going to need to switch these around. Oh gosh, this is going to be so confusing. Let's grab these. And again, you can copy them, or you can just make them all yourself, whatever. Right, so that steps down there. This let's make sure this little guy is going to go all the way back there. So you can see that's the toe, right? So that's going to be kicking up the dirt with that. That one is going to be do that. And, oh, that one's almost perfect. Nice. Let me see real quick if this is playing in reverse. All right. And there we go. Right, we kind of have it basically working. Right, we're gonna save. Let me see how that looks in game. Let's see if I didn't flip it around and make it backwards. I hope I didn't. Okay, so I do have it backwards. But, see if, I don't remember where you can see the footprints at. I think it's over here, maybe? Let me see. Oh, I love our little bite. I love the bite sounds. So, there we go. And you'll notice that the particle effect was really big. That's because, again, we were using this one, right? So, let's find where the actual particle effect is. There we are. Yeah, you can see its foot impact, you know, medium. Let's just change that to foot impact small. right? We'll set that to small, and we'll set that to... Is there not a water one? I guess there's not a water one. Okay. But we'll do the same thing here, right? Foot impact small. Right. And I'll save, and then let's go back, right? And let's Alt P. Let's get our guy. Watch out for this guy. Ooh. Still a little bit big. Yeah. Okay, so let's fix that. Right. Let's... Is there not like a small light, maybe? So... See if there's another spot where we can plug this in. Maybe here? No. Mm-mm. Yeah. Okay. Come on. Click on this. Let's go. Okay. Well, I guess if we can't do that, then what we'll do is let's just scale this down to like. Let's do 0.5. Right. Let's just scale it down a bit. Right. Okay. 0.5. 0.5. 0.5. There we go. Okay. And we'll save. And let's see what it looks like now. Nope. Okay. So that didn't work. So there's another value that I'm not adjusting correctly. Ah. What fun. Let's see if we can figure out what that is. Probably particle scale. That would make sense. So let's set this to 0.5. And this to 0.5. I'm sorry. We're doing it live. We're doing it live. Oh, Lord. All right, let's get in here and see. So we have that. We need the lay egg. We need a montage. Right. What else do we need? We need the startle. We need a montage. Basically anything that's not a locomotion animation or the idle, you'll need a montage for. And just takes a bit, because everything in the dev kit takes a little bit. Because of course it does. Of course it takes a little bit. Okay. So, then we'll do the startle, create a montage. Alright, then we need the torpid animations. I wonder if I can bulk do them. I don't want to try that. Honestly, I don't. I don't want to try it. So we have the eat, the lay egg, the startled, which the startled can also be used for like the cuddle and stuff like that as well. And for a lot of creatures it is. Right. And then we just have these torpid animations we need to do yet. And then we're close to done. Believe it or not, we are on the home stretch of a creature right now. Our creature is like 50% functional right now. The only things we need to do still, we need to set up its spawns. We need to set up this stuff. We need to set up the entry icon. And I think that might be it. Oh, and we need to set up the baby bone modifiers as well. Those are the only things left. Yes. We're a little more than 50% of a creature. We're like probably like 80% of a creature right now, honestly. So yeah. One last animation we need to make a montage for. And then what we're going to need to do, we're going to need to go into all these montages and we're going to need to assign them either, if they're additives, we're going to need to set them to be additive or etc. You know, full body slot, whatever it may be. Right. And yeah, that should be it for animations. Super. All right, let's get into it. So eat. The eat animation, I believe, is an additive on this guy. I am like 66% sure. Yes, it is. So again, slot name, additive slot. Let's just quickly plug in base pose here. Animations. Oh dear. I regret not naming these earlier. Figured I'd do them. Make sure you could name them correctly. That way you're not going through anim_new idle baked. So we're going to save that. Oh, Lord. Lordy, lordy, lordy. Come on. Save package. Let's go, buddy. Let's go. Thank you. Alright, so let me really quickly eat. I'm actually just going to go through and just set all of these. I think all the only one I need to do is the eat and maybe the lay egg. Yeah, okay. No additive. Mesh space. Selected animation frame. Again, plug in the idle. There. Save. The lay egg. Is this a idle or is this a full body? Let me see. It's been so long I don't actually remember. Yeah, you're an additive. Okay. Mesh space. Selected animation frame. Plug in. There we go. Save. And the startle. Let's see if you are. I think you might be full body. I think the startle is full body. Let me see. I could get away with additive. You know what? We're doing additive. Fuck it. I'm feeling bold today. I'm feeling bold today, so we're gonna do additive for that. So now all we gotta do, we gotta go into these. Thankfully, you only need to set this like additive or full body group and slot stuff on montages and not on sequences, which is good. Saves a lot of work, which is great. Love that. Love when that happens. We're just not going to worry about the fact that it's T-posing right now. We're just not going to worry about that. we're just not going to worry about that. That's what we're going to do. We're just not going to worry. Okay. So again, slot in the additive group. Plug you in. Yeah, it's just like a funny saving thing. If I close out and reopen it, it'll be fixed. But okay, and then these last ones, like these, all the torpid ones are gonna be full body animations, obviously. So we'll do those real quick. But again, we can't have them on default slot. They need to be set to full body slot. Let me just show you. Let me just show you real quick, just to prove that I'm right. And I'm not going crazy. I am not crazy. I know we switched those numbers. 1216, one after Magna Carta. As if I could be so stupid. Yep, there you go. You can see. Yeah, plays normally. Whew. That was for myself as well, to make sure I didn't forget a step or something. Let's get to the torpor idle. And then the torpor out. We just have these three. It's just taking a while because they gotta freaking do that damn package thing. Oh, gosh. All right. this needs to be set to full body. Okay, and then torpor in. We're almost there. We're almost there. Whew. He falls asleep. He falls asleep. I guess I should also say, yeah, any other animations that have footsteps in them, right? Like you could see there in the torpid inn. You would do the same thing as we did with the footsteps in the walk animations, right? You would just do that same thing where you'd set up the footsteps so it makes like the footstep sound. Also, with the torpid animations specifically, they often have like a dust cloud when like the body collapses on the ground, or again for any like special like if you're doing like, I don't know, if you're making like a sauropod, like a brachy, and it's gonna stomp, then you would also want to add that. Again, I'm not gonna be going super into that. If you I would say if you're really unsure, just look at a vanilla creature and see how they have theirs set up and just kind of use that, right? But I'm not going to be going over how to set up like any kind of like, what do you call it, particles or anything like that. That's way steps ahead. We're not worried about that. We're just worried about making a functional creature that's going to appear in game and it's going to be cool. That's later stuff that you can deal with at another time, and not stuff we're going to be worrying about today. But yeah, for that stuff, yeah, like I said, just look at a vanilla creature, see how it does it. Again, kind of like what we did with Carno, right? Just if you have to, you can even just copy and paste it over, right? Very simple. Okay. Let me just open these up and make sure that they're functional. Yep. Look at you, buddy. Hey. All right, cool. So we can X out of those. The last thing I want to do before we actually do that is, again, one more thing with this, and I'll just show real quick. I'm not going to actually add them because there is a shit ton of them. But as I mentioned earlier about sockets, let me actually open up Carno and show you. Where is Dino's Carno? Where are you? There you are, buddy. Let me show you. Yeah, all of these, you can see head icon FX, look offset, right? The alpha FX, maybe look offset socket is what I'm missing. Maybe that's what I'm missing. Oh well. Let's try. Is that the root? But yeah, like buff socket center dynamic. Again, that's the one for like if your guy's on fire and stuff like that, saddle socket, right, rider socket, all these FX sockets and things like that, and then these, right, the costumes, right, those are all sockets that I'm not going to set all these up. That would take way too long. So yeah, I'm just showing you these now. Like, yeah, these are things you need to set up. The main ones that you really should set up though, would be buff socket head dynamic, and buff socket center dynamic, because if you don't have those, sometimes your VFX, that like creatures apply to your dino, right, will just be like super weird. They'll appear around like the base of it. Again, think of like UD, right? So I'm gonna set those up, but I won't do any of like the hat sockets, right? I'll do back one hat socket. I'll do buff socket center dynamic. Right? There we go, and then we'll do buff socket head dynamic. That'll go on Shocker the head. We'll kind of center that a little bit more. There we go. There we go. Okay. So now we have these kind of sockets and things set up. And we're going to go in here. And with all of our anim montages we can create, we can just set up montage. And we can just start plugging these in, right? So let's just go through. First up is startled. So startle. There we go. Bite animations are not worried about. Here we go. Sleep, torpid, eat. Right. Normal, eat. Fall asleep. That's gonna be torpid in. And here you can see, yeah, I don't know why they have two separate torpid out animations. I don't really understand. That seems like a lot of work. Hurt animation, I'm not worried about that. You can add that if you want. That's more so for stuff like for things like rock elementals, right? Like that have that as a part of their taming and stuff. Cuddle, I'm just gonna reuse the startle for that. You can use a separate animation if you want. Here we go. Idle fidget. This is the new system they set up. You don't need to have this, but it can be fun. I'll do the startle, and I'm actually gonna not have the third one. There we go. Here we go. Prevent input. These ones, again, we don't actually need these, so we can actually just delete those two, and we'll grab the lay egg. Those are, again, for if your animation is meant to stop the creature in place, right? Then those would be used. Death animations, again, this is the ragdoll. There is an actual death animation you can do. If you don't want to do the ragdoll, which I think is what I'm going to do for this time because I don't feel like going through all of the ragdoll stuff. If you just search up death. Here we go, death anim, right? And I'll just use the torpid in animation as like a temporary, like a death animation. It's fine. You don't need to do the ragdoll. Again, it's kind of nice, but it's not necessary, right? Think of like, there's a lot of popular mods that don't have the ragdoll, right? Like Paleoarch is a good example, right? The Giga and the Rex. They have like an actual death animation where they fall over and die, right? They don't just like ragdoll on the ground. Obviously other mods don't, like Garuga's mods don't. They have an actual ragdoll. But it's not like a necessary thing. And speaking of that, one more thing I almost forgot, is this, the death harvesting component. This is what you get when you harvest your creature. I think I'm fine with this, honestly. The same as Carno, where it's going to give a little bit of keratin and a little bit of prime meat. I think that's fine for our dino. That seems to make sense to me. So I'm not too worried about that. But if you want to change it, you can. There's plenty of them. Like if you're making like a trilobite kind of thing and you want it to drop like black pearls and things, there's a trilobite one. You can see like there's Nidaria ones. There's a whole bunch of different ones you can find. A Eurypterid one. Like you can just use one of those. Or if you really want to make a copy of it, or copy one and make your own, that's also an option. But we're not going to be doing that today. I'm just going to stick with that one because I think that's fine. Okay. Okay. now that we've done that, so we have all of our... Right. The last things we need to do... I don't even know if I still have... Let me see. Entry icon. I do. Nice. So, here is our entry icon. Hello, look at him. He's so fun. That's the old one. Whatever. I'll just use that. It's fine. So, entry icon. Again, that is the little icon that pops up when you... like walk up to your creature and you look at it like you're looking at his inventory if you're trying to like enable wandering on it or something. The little like blue outline thing that shows up, that's an entry icon. That is... Yeah, no, that's what I thought. Okay. That is not set up in the character BP. We are actually effectively, I think, done with the character BP now. Our creature is functional. Our creature spawns in game. It attacks thing, or it doesn't spawn in game, I should say. That's the last thing we're going to set up. That's not in the character BP though. But in the character BP, our creature can walk around. It leaves footprints when it walks. It can attack things. It can actually attack things. It moves around. It has all of our anim montages set up. We have our stats set up. We have all the stats set up. We have our dino settings set up, right? So we have the taming foods and things like that. We have the footprint set up. We have all of that. We have the color set up, so they'll spawn in random colors that line up with our colorize. We have all of our sounds and our textures. Of course, I didn't do all of our sounds and all the textures and everything like that, but assuming that you did it for every single animation, not just an example like one or two, you have all of your sounds set up. And all of your animations and things like that. You have our egg set up, so when it lays an egg, it will actually lay the correct egg of our dino and spawn the correct baby, right? So the last things we need to do now are here in the mod data asset, right? So the first thing we're going to need to do is, let me scroll down and find it. Additional dino entries. Ooh. Yes. What fun, what fun, what fun. And let me find. Here we go. For our entry icon, we are just going to make a copy of, a little entry icon here, right? So we'll just grab one of these, and we'll grab some random one, right? A dino entry. Let's just grab like dino entry ant, right? And we're just going to make a copy of that. It doesn't matter because we're going to be changing everything out. So we're just going to copy here, open this up. We're going to do, again, going back to this, we're going to click on this little search thing to search that up. And here's our dino entry icon, right? So we'll grab that. Let's go down here. Let's make a copy of that, right? Okay, so our dino entry. Let's change the name of this. Dino name tag. Again, going back to what we said earlier, right? This is like the behind the scenes name and how it's referred to and how it's referenced. It's the same for both of ours, so it doesn't really matter. But tutorial dino and then dino descriptive name. This should be the same as well. Tutorial dino, right? Now, we made a copy of this, so we're going to open this up. Let's rename this really quickly. Rename quickly. Oh my God, I'm losing my voice. Tutorial dino. We're almost done. It's all right. We're in the home stretch. Tutorial dino. Let's rename this underscore tutorial dino. There we go. Let's open this up. And this is just the material. This is what makes it like glowing blue and stuff like that. This is also where, and yeah, we'll just take our icon texture. Oh shoot, sorry. I still had montage search, that's why it was not showing. should be 256 by 256 for dimensions. And there we go. Look, now we have our little entry icon. Right? Yippee, yippee, yippee. We save that. X out. And then here in the actual Dino entry, we're going to open that up and we're going to select our material that we made and plug it in here. I should mention the only other thing with this material here, if I can open it up again, is this is also where some dinos think like rock elementals, right? Or they have theirs is like orange instead of blue. You can actually set that here with the color, right? You just need to enable that and change the color to whatever color you want it to be, right? I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to keep it as blue. And there we go. Our thing is plugged in. Save. Now we're going to exit out of all of this shit. And we're going to go back to this. And we're just going to have our mod data asset open. We're going to open this up and we're going to plug in our Dino entry, additional Dino entries right here. There we go. So now we have our Dino entry, right? So now if I Alt P, and spawn them in. Well, it's not working, but that's because the dev kit is stupid. But hypothetically, it should be working. It's just a simple dev kit moment, truly. But yeah, so we have our little entries plugged in. Unless I spelled it wrong. I don't think I spelled it wrong though. Let me double check. Tutorial Dino. Yep, I spelled it right. Okay, cool. So it's just a dev kit moment. That's fine. That's how that stuff works. Then the last things we need to do are to set up spawns, right? Which are done here. Spawn. Oh shit. I think it's. Oh my gosh! Hold on, I'm doubting myself now. Let me make sure it's the right one. I believe it's this one. Yes. Yep. Okay. So let me just, again, I just need to fact check this to make sure I'm correct on this. Oh yeah, you can see there's Dino entry, right? So, yes. Okay. Sick. All right. Right. Good. So, this is where you'll select where you want your dino to spawn, right? I think this dino, he's small. Let's say he's going to spawn on the beach. He's going to be a very rare spawn on the beach, right? So we'll set it up on beach. Also, because he's on the beach, we want to set him up on beach_generic. Generic spawners are spawners for like the non-story maps, right? So that's going to be Center. That's going to be Ragnarok. It's going to be Valguro. In general, again, the Ark Wiki is super handy for this. There is, if you just search up like Ark spawn entries, there is, again, on arkwiki.gg, shout out, there is this spawn entries, and you can just see, right, on the island, this is all of the spawn entries, right? Beach, cave, right? And set them to whatever you want to. A couple of things with spawn entries. If you are making a land creature, do not use a water spawn region. If you are making a water creature, do not use a land spawn region. That will cause an overspawn, a major overspawn. Yeah, just don't do that. It's probably self-explanatory, but yeah, don't do that, right? Yeah, so we're going to be doing beach and beach generic. And we'll just add right here, additional NPC spawn entries. We'll add this. NPCs to spawn, right? We'll slot in our tutorial dino. And then we'll scroll down here. Entry weight. This is how common your dino is. If this is set to 1.0, every single time something spawns in the beach, it will be your dino. We don't want that. I want to set this to 0.01. Maybe even 0.005. No, 0.01. So this guy has a 1% chance to spawn, basically, right? And you can see if we go back to that arc spawn entries, you can see kind of listed what other creatures are, right? So we should compare. Let's look at the island, right? Here we go, beach, right? So dodos have a 42% chance to spawn, 0.4, right? A Bronto has a 0.025. That's probably about what I want, right? I think I want it to be about as rare as like a Bronto, right? So 0.025. Right now it's at a 0.01. So maybe I want to increase that a little bit. Let's do 0.02. Okay? And we're just going to copy this, a very handy thing you can do. Minimize that. And we're just going to paste it right here. And it's there on the other one as well. And yeah, set to 0.02. And that's it. That's really it. There are a bunch of specific things you can do. Class weights and percentage chance, stuff like that. If you want to, that's something that I used with Majunga. Again, go back to Majunga. For the Majunga corn, so it has a 1% chance to spawn, basically. Wherever another creature does, it'll like replace it. But generally, yeah, you don't really need to touch any of these other settings if you don't want to. This very, very simply, yeah, this guy's going to spawn on beaches as a rare chance, right? And that's that. That is that. You're all set. And now the last thing. Oops, sorry, I'm on Majunga again. I gotta go back to tutorial dino. Let's see. Actually, one more thing I will actually touch on really quickly. Baby modifiers. You talk about this. Can't have baby. Yes, we want that enabled, right? The age speed, right? That stuff, again, compare it to a similar creature. Maybe Carno is a little slow. So let's look at like Raptor. Let's see what Raptor is set to, right? Let's look at Raptor, because I probably want this guy to grow up a little quicker than what a Carno would, because he's a little smaller. So let's pull up Raptor. Let's look at Raptor character BP. And let's see what we got going on here. So we'll search up baby. You can see extra age speed modifier set to 2.5, right? So he grows a little bit quicker. I think that's the only changed modifier, this baby scale. Again, don't worry about that. So let's set this to 2.5. Let's set it to 2.25, right in the middle. There we go. It's a little bigger than a Raptor, but a little smaller than Carno. Okay. Super. Super, super. Now, the other thing is going to be, let me make sure, do I have my Primal Game Data plugged in? I should. I do. Nice. Let's open up our Primal Game Data. The promo game data is really fucking slow. I will mention that. It is incredibly slow. Yes. Okay, so that is plugged in. Yep. Here we go. This part will take a while just because of how slow it is, but this is how you set up your baby scale modifiers, right? So we're gonna add one here. It's 152, so we're gonna add one. Be 153. It's going to take a while. And that's honestly the biggest part of this that makes it take a while. It's very, very simple. Come on, buddy. You can do it. You can do it. I believe in you. Oh my lord. It is going so slow. I forgot how slow this is. It's been so long since I've set up baby modifiers. Mm. Yeah, unfortunately, it's quite slow. That's all right though. But yeah, this is the last thing, honestly, and it's quite easy. It is, yeah, again, just taking so fucking long. And it's every single time you want to add something. There we go. Now it's 153. So now, what we're gonna do is we're gonna scroll all the way down. To 152. There we go. And again, tutorial dyno. And let's compare to, what is this? Probably Karcha, I think, was the most recent one. Yeah. You can see baby bone modifier ranges and then bone array. Yep. Let's go too far, damn it. It's a lot. And now we're gonna have to wait for this one. What fun. So, for mine, I'm going to scale up, let's see, I'm going to scale up the head. Right, so I'm going to go to head. We're going to set max scale to, let's do 1.5. 1.5. Let's do 2. Fuck it, we're going to make them derpy. No, let's do 2. 1.5. Okay. Let's make his feet big, right? So let's do... Should have had the skeleton over this whole time, sorry. Or the skeletal mesh, rather. Oh, I guess the skeleton works too, but... Let's say I want... Yeah, foot underscore L, foot underscore right. Okay. Foot underscore L. Let's set that to 1.5. 1.5. 1.5. Those. Okay. And what else should I make? Let's make let's make his neck a little shorter. Right. So let's say neck 4. Right? One. I think that's the right one. It might be the wrong one, but we'll see. And is it neck underscore? It's just neck 4 and neck 3. Okay. And they have recursive enabled. Is that enabled for mine? Let's enable that just in case it needs to be, because I don't actually know. And I am not sure. So we'll enable that. Whatever. Okay. Now we're going to compile, and it's going to take another 5 minutes. So much fun. Lord, we have been going for 4.5 hours. That is insane. I cannot believe that we've been going this long. God, this went longer than I thought it would. A lot of waiting for things to compile, I think. Super. Let's go! And now we get to save it. Okay. The moment of truth, y'all. The moment of truth. Ah! I'm hoping and I'm praying and I'm hoping and I'm praying that this shit's gonna work. If it doesn't, sometimes you just need to restart the dev kit, honestly. Ah. I'm sorry. Oh my goodness. Look at him though. Okay, it kind of worked. Okay, so I clearly did the wrong value. God damn, that is funny. Oh my gosh. I think it's gonna be. No, actually, you know what? We won't do that. We will. Let's change it. Let's not do the deck because the deck clearly it doesn't like that. Let's do. How about let's do the legs, right? Let's make the legs kind of shorter, right? So leg 2 and leg 3. Okay. So let's add another 2 more. Set those to 0.7. Okay. And let's make the head like. Okay, let's make it like huge. Right. And the feet, let's make those huge too. Let's make them a little sausage. Okay, there we go. Now we're gonna have to do the same thing. We're gonna have to compile and wait 5 years. Oh, you missed the first one. You missed the first baby modifiers. They were quite cursed. They were quite cursed. So I'm just fixing them up real quick. I see. Well, don't worry. We're almost done. There's one more thing I forgot to show earlier that I want to show. That's back on the character BP. But other than that, we are, I think, done. I think we've gone over everything. But really, who's to say? Who's to say? Right? All right. Let's try again. Here we go. Are you ready for this? Oh, look at you, friend. Look at you. You're perfect. Oh, you're perfect. You are so perfect. And obviously, yeah, you can go further with baby modifiers. Like, you can do some crazy shit with them. I'm not gonna, it's gonna take too long to compile the Primal Game data, so I'm just gonna leave it at that. That's fine for our little Derposaurus right now. I think that's good. So silly. So silly. So let's just X out of this. Even closing out of the Primal Game data, it takes a while. That's why we don't like to use it. That's why all my fellas love the mod data asset. It is the best one. But unfortunately for some things, like the baby modifiers, you need to do it in here, which kind of sucks. Did I X out of you? Yeah, I did. It's just taking a fucking minute and a half. So much data to save, yes. It's not even saving, it's just Xing out of it. I can't even fucking do, man. It's crazy. Good lord. God damn, man. Come on. For fuck's sake. Alright, I'll be right back again, because this is taking fucking 2 minutes just to X out. Oh, of course, as soon as I get up, it fucking it compiles. Fuck you game. Alright, let's X out of the rest of this stuff. The only other thing I wanted to show, speaking of babies, is wild babies. You might notice that there is a value here that says wild percentage chance of baby and it's set to 0. This has nothing to do with wild babies. It has nothing to do with them whatsoever. Very funny. The actual values that edit it are called wild following. Yeah, overwritten wild following dino infos. So right now, my guy can have 4 babies following him at most, right? I think it's really funny that the wild baby thing has nothing to do with it. If you want your creature, let's say you have like a high tier creature and you don't want it to have it, all you got to do is just delete this and just have nothing, right? And then no babies will spawn. Or, yeah, you can set this to however many you want, right? But yeah, I think honestly, so many babies. Yeah, that's a very low chance for them to spawn still. So, I think I might just delete them all. You know? Do I want? I don't even think I want any babies. Honestly, I think that's fine. I don't think this guy needs wild babies. I think he's good on his own, right? I don't think he needs any. And that's it. That's how you set up wild babies, right? That's how you do wild babies. We have baby proportions set up. We have everything you could possibly need in your creature, right? You have a fully functional creature in game now, right? It can walk around. It'll aggro on things. It'll, run around and attack stuff. We have a whole bunch of stuff. It can bite. It can move. It's all textured up. We have colorized and everything. We have babies properly set up. And it spawns. It spawns in the wild. And the only thing left to do really is to share your mod. I'm just gonna real quickly not dox myself. Don't mind me. Okay, and here we have it. Here we have it. So when you do it, you'll enter your email, right? And again, that's how it'll link up. And then you do cross-platform, right? And then we'll select our mod, right? So ours was called Tutorial Dino, right? And our mod name is Tutorial Dino. And let's upload. Let's just do. Honestly, we'll just do the Majunga entry icon, right? Mod summary adds Tutorial Dino to the game. Adds an awesome Tutorial Dino that we made on stream into the game. Mod description must be at least 100 characters long. That's weird. Why are you... Hello? What the frick was that? Yeah, it's an awesome Tutorial Dino. So cool and awesome. And can attack stuff. And run around. Smile. There we go. And it's cross-platform, right? Oh, frick off. It needs to be more than that? Oh, my lord. Okay. We'll just use a random one. I don't know. Let's do this. There we go. And it's uploading. Now, don't get the wrong idea. Just because it's uploading does not mean that this mod is does not mean that this mod is public, right? Even though it's being uploaded, it is still like a private mod. Okay. Sure, whatever. Like it is still it's not like anyone can download it. That is done later, so you don't need to worry about like accidentally releasing your mod early or something, right? So this is set up, and then you can also, once you're on CurseForge's website, you can set up testers and things like that, and give people early access to your mods and things like that. And once this is done uploading, after about an hour or so, it'll be uploaded and it'll be ready to play in game. Yippee! Oh boy, what fun! Yeah, so we're just gonna wait for this to upload. Thankfully, it's a very small mod. And yeah, once this is done uploading, you'll have your functional creature, and then when you go in game, because you are the like mod author, you'll already have access to it. You'll just need to I'm pretty sure you need to make sure that you're signed in. So you need to link your CurseForge account to your Steam profile. Again, very simple, very easy to follow things, right? That you can do. And your Dino will be all set. And our mod was successfully uploaded. Yippee! We have done it. So, let's play. Unfortunately, I don't have Arc installed, so I can't see him in game. And besides, it usually takes about like anywhere from 20 minutes to a couple of hours for it to be available. If it's a unpublished mod, if it's a published mod, it'll often take a day or two. But yeah, here he is. Look at him. He's so slay. Running and he's running. Of course, we have not, again, just a reminder, we have not set up any footsteps for those, just for the feet, right? But there they are. Oh, that's so cool. Our glorious little baby. Look at our little tutorial dino. Isn't he so silly? God, and again with the mustard yellow. But yeah, that's pretty much it. That's how to set up, again, a very basic creature. No graphing knowledge or anything is required. You can see we have a creature that is fully functional in game, has attacks, has everything involved in it. And it didn't require a lick of graphing knowledge. So even if you're super new to this and you've never done anything like this before, you can make a functional creature in game without having any of that knowledge. It is completely fine. And you don't need to worry about it, right? It's again, it's not a difficult thing to get into. Obviously, if you want to add more complex mechanics and things to your creatures, then it'll become a bit more difficult. But generally speaking, just getting started in modding is really not that hard. And like I said, this was a creature that I made from scratch. I guess I along with several other people who helped me, made it from scratch. But you could even, again, going back to like the Scorpion example that I used earlier about like the Atlas Scorpion, like you can make edits to vanilla dinos and just reuse those animations. That's totally fine. Some really great mods just use vanilla dinos and vanilla animations, right? That's completely fine. And are just modified, right? Think of like Arcology, right? Think of like Arcology. Almost all of the Arcology creatures are just copies or childs of the vanilla creatures, right? Like all of his of Dragonheart's like little mini bosses and things like that, right? Those are just copies of the bosses in game, right? And those are very popular mods. So you can make popular mods even if you're not like a super talented sculptor or anything like that, and you don't know how to make things from scratch. There are still ways that you can there are still ways that you can create mods even if you don't have all of that knowledge, and that's fine. And I think that that's kind of a bit of a stigma, I think, in the modding community, where you're kind of expected to to create everything like from scratch yourself, and that's not really the case. You don't need to do that, right? There are ways that there are many modders that have done this, that have made things that are simple, like edits of vanilla things and stuff like that. And again, it's not at all challenging, right? It can be time consuming, but it's not challenging. Right? At least I don't find it challenging. I think all of the stuff that I showed today was not super complex things. It wasn't like you had to learn any of like the event graph or anything like that. I wasn't teaching you about functions and blueprints and things like that. Right? It was just everything was here on the side or over here, right? Everything was set up here with just simple check marks or plugging in things. There was you didn't have to do the closest thing to graphing I think that we got was what? Maybe with the Anim blueprint, right? Where we had to set that up. Or with the sounds, right? Like this is probably the closest to graphic that we got today, was taking 3 sounds and making them random, right? That's really easy. That's not hard, simple modding is not that hard. And I think that it is very accessible and very easy for people to get into, and I hope that more people get into it, especially after this. I'm going to make this like public so that people can watch it. And I hope that, people are able to come from this and take some stuff away from this, and hopefully we can see some more fun mods coming out in the future. That's pretty much it. Don't go anywhere. I'm gonna be continuing in a little bit. But in the meantime, it is 9 o'clock, so I am actually gonna go to the bathroom again. I'm gonna take about like a 5-minute break or so, and then I'm gonna pick right back up. Okay. And this is the time for like proper Q&A. Yes. If anyone has any questions about things, it doesn't even have to be about the stuff on stream today. Like if you just have general modding questions, feel free to ask them while I'm away, and when I come back, I'll answer them. I will be right back. I gotta find the right one. There it is. I got it. Be right back. Hello? Hello? I am back. Nobody has any questions again. Ugh. You better think of a really good question, Crifted. I'm just saying. A real banger one, you know? No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Oh, man. Alright. Did I drown? No, I didn't. I did get more water, though. So I can actually speak now. Delicious. Hi, basic animation checklist. Do you mod? Yes, it's pretty fun sometimes. Okay. Here's what we'll do. We'll do a recap of what we did. We'll do a quick recap of what we did. What did we do today? Well, we started off. Hello? Importing, right? Importing what? Importing skeletal mesh. Importing the skeleton along with that. Generating the physics asset. I guess I should mention actually real quick. If you don't have a physics asset, it should generate as soon as it imports, but if not, you can just right click on your skeletal mesh and create a physics asset right here. But when you import it, that's more so for when you're like copying over vanilla things. But yeah, physics asset, animations, right? So importing all of that, setting up textures, right? Which again, there's the four, right? There's the diffuse, which is the black and white. The colorize, which is the actual like sort of neon colored one. There is the normal, which is the actual like I almost called it roughness. Roughness is actually a map too, but essentially, yeah, like the detail, the fine detail for a lot of dinos. It's like the individual scales and things like that. Right, that's on the normal map, and then you have the layered slash AOC slash whatever roughness, etc. Goes by a bunch of names. Layered, and then optionally, right, you also have stuff like emissive or iridescent. If those are things you want to add. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Then once you have the textures plugged in, you can plug those in to everything. Plug in everything into everything. Very, very important. Yeah. So yeah, you plug in everything into everything. You plug in the textures into the skeletal mesh. The skeletal mesh will be linked to the skeleton, which is linked to the physics asset. The animations and everything like that. We made the AnimBP, right? Again, making a copy of it, reparenting it to whatever specific thing you want for your AnimBP, right? If you want, for the one that I use is root bone name underscore dynamic anim override. That is a very basic creature, and it also includes turn and place animations if you want that. Obviously, if you want like a creature that can jump, use like Procomptodon or something. If you want oh, excuse me. If you want like a creature that can swim, like look at whatever one like Baryonyx uses or something like that, or if you want like an aquatic creature, look at Moza or something like that and see what AnimBP it uses, and use those, right? So setting up the AnimBP, linking up all the animations. We talked about doing the aim offset, which again is just to recap. Yes, you select all of your animations, right? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Right click. Technically, you can do them all individually, but the easiest way to do it is to edit with property matrix. That's just like bulk editing. And again, we set this to mesh space. We set this to selected animation frame. And then we plug in our idle animation because they're using the 0 frame of our idle, right? And then we plug all of those into our NMBP. And then once we have that, we move on to the character BP, which is the creature itself, right? Right. And we plug in NMBP, plug in skeleton, plug in... Do you plug in the physics asset? I don't remember if we did that. Nope, it already uses. As soon as you plug in the skeleton, it'll automatically detect that you're using that respective physics asset, right? So yeah, you plug in the NMBP, you plug in the skeleton, plug in textures or whatever, etc., right? We talked briefly, but importantly, right, about the viewport, here where you can actually see your creature. And here the capsule component, which is basically where your creature is. Again, you want your creature's feet to line up with the bottom of the capsule component and their hips to line up with the top of it, right? So it's very counterintuitive, but your creature's feet should not line up with this grid here. I really hate that, but it's true. And yeah, so you want it to line up here because that's basically where like the ground is essentially, is at the bottom of the capsule component, right? So we set all that stuff up. Right, capsule component. I guess we could talk about some other things in the viewport. The viewport is also where you can add other things if you want to attach something to your dino. This is a very, very niche thing. I don't know why I'm talking about this today, but if you want to attach stuff to your dino, not like a saddle, but other things, right? The one that I can think of, at least for me specifically, is for my Majunga, for the Blighted Majunga, which is the corrupted variant Majunga. It has all these like boils and things that are attached to it, and those are all set up in the viewport. So if you want stuff to be like attached to it, if you want to... I don't know, like, there are definitely, yeah, Blade of Majunga has a lot of functions too. But yeah, you can see, like, these are separate. These are not attached to it. You can see these are individual things, right? There's the boil, right? And all this stuff, right? So that's all, those are all separate things that are added here. You just click add and then search up whatever you want to add, right? And yeah. Another example I would think of is like the crystal wyverns. This is kind of a weird one, but the crystal wyverns, how they have the skull attached to their head, like that. I think that they're called heirs. I think like the wild, like the hostile ones, not the ones that you can tame. How they have like bones and stuff attached to them. You would set that up here. You would add. Let me do that actually real quick. Let me do a static mesh. Let's call this skull. That'll be cool. We'll make him edgy. And all you would do is you would just drag it and attach it to the mesh, right? Compile. And then we would go here. Parent socket, again, or parent bone, right? Let's attach it to the head, right? So we want it to be attached to the head. And now, you see that whenever the head moves, this thing moves, right? And let's see, there are a bunch of like skull things. Let's give him a skull. Let's find a cool one. What is this one? Let's see. There's a bunch of like vanilla assets you can use. I hope this doesn't crash the kit. Oh yeah, look at you. You're beautiful, aren't you? You're real big. I don't want you. You're big. Is there a smaller one? No, you're gonna be the same exact thing, aren't you? Oh, you're like a stego. That's weird. let's go back to this one. Yeah, you know what? Why are you, like, flashing? You shouldn't be flashing. That's weird. Oh, whatever. Let's set this to 1. Right. And then, yeah, we'll, like, drag this up so it's, like, at the base of the skull. And we'll just rotate you 0. Maybe. Did I get it right? Nice. And look, now he has a big skull, right? And we'll just adjust the position of it. We'll set it to, like... Oh, look at that. Now he's got a big old skull head. Isn't that rad? I don't really like it, but whatever. From whatever map, yeah. I'm not sure what they're from. Nope. I wish I could, like, squish this a little bit. Nope. Of course, it's the last one. Look at that. Now he has like an awesome skull face, right? So now I'm having fun with this. But yeah, you can see how like crazy you can get with this. Like, why is this set to 8? I'll set this to 0. Oh, I see. I want that to be set back a little bit, right? Or maybe instead of upper, let's say I want to have like lower, right? That looks much better. That looks much better. I really like that. That's really cool. You know what? We're going to keep that. But again, obviously, because it's on the lower, we want it to be attached to the jaw. And now that we've done that, you know, we want to raise it. Yeah, look at that. Oh, that's cool. Rad. And that, so now we have a little static mesh thing attached to it, right? So now he's got like a little bone thing jutting out of him. And yeah, that's how you do that, right? You can have a lot of fun with it. Yeah, you can have a lot of fun with it, like I said. And do a bunch of fun things with that. Yeah. Add crazy shit. Right? He's got a fucking bone jaw, you can see. Yeah. So now I think I'm gonna turn back over to textures really quickly, because I think we kind of glossed over those a little bit. So yeah, I think I'm gonna turn it over. Let's see. Hello? Oops, hold on. Hello? see. Hold on. I'm having some issues right now. I think it's because... Yeah, what the shit? Let me see. Oh no! No, it's alright. Give me 1 sec. Guys. Yeah, give me like 1 sec. Oh, okay. Hold on. I think I know what's going on. Give me 1 sec. I figured it out. Hmm. Uh. No. Oh, this is so sad. Ugh. Rats. Oh shoot. I'm sorry, guys. Give me just be be patient a little bit. I will get it as soon as I can. Hold on. It's just you. Do you know how to set up so that your mic can be used by two programs at the same time? Like the problem I'm having right now is well, hold on. All right, fellas, we got it. We got it. We got it. We did it. So it is my pleasure to turn it over to the wizard of textures, Mr. Clay. Hi, Clay.
Hello.
Are you ready to talk about textures for this guy, the whale?
Yes. Yes. So we're gonna start baking. I also noticed that there was already work started on this file, so that's nice and convenient. But right now we're gonna quickly go for baking. I'm gonna pull out some textures out of my ass, and then we're gonna just go straight into Kit to show that process as well of how I usually go.
I'm actually
into
gonna
it.
pull my kit over to my other monitor so I can like do it alongside you.
Yeah, I'll also slide over my textures while I'm at it. But yeah, so everything's loaded. I do automatic for my cage settings because it just gets it really close. But it fucks up a couple of spots, but I noticed that it doesn't really matter. Like it looks fine in the end, so we're gonna see if it works out here as well.
Speak, Clay.
Hello.
I'm gonna turn you up a little bit.
Hi.
I can't believe I had to turn you up a little bit, Clay. Can you believe it?
Hi. Yeah, my loud ass. Surprising.
Yeah.
Yeah. Holy shit. Dude, the drive home was stressful as fuck because I'm like, bro, I said 4 o'clock and it's
It's
5
6.
o'clock and I'm still an hour out.
Like,
My grandfather, I guess, like he needed to get something done, and he was like, "I'll be back, and knock. I'm gonna go now." And I'm like, "Bro, you bashed your eye into a cabinet. You can't see out of it right now. You're not driving." And he's like, "No, no, it's okay." And I'm like, "No, I'm driving real quick." This was at 12, by the way.
oh, it's fine.
And
You
then
only
I
need
didn't
one eye
realize
to
that the
see.
spot he needed to go to was an hour out. And I kind of just sat there as we got further and further out. I'm like, ah.
Oh,
And then by no time, I'm like 2 hours away from home, and it's like 3 p.m. and I'm like, oh my god. Oh my god.
light work.
No reaction.
No, it's fine. Yeah, I kind of. That's fine. That's all right. Yeah, you came at a pretty convenient time. We were pretty much all wrapped up. We went all the way through. It started off with importing shit, and then setting up everything. I did like the anime BP, the character BP, and everything, and we literally just exported the mod for play in game like 20 minutes ago. So you came at a
Oh
very
shit!
good time.
Like it's like
It's like fully done.
you already.
Yeah. It's like
Oh my
fully,
God.
yeah, it's fully done. It's fully, well, I mean, it's a very basic creature. There's no like graphic or anything like that, but it can attack. It has it can have a baby. The baby modifiers and everything are all set up. And all the other shit, like all the textures and stuff.
Amazing.
It's all, yeah.
And
He's
then
glorious.
and then all it needs is my Tism touch of
yeah.
texture work all over it.
So I explained very basically, but I guess if you want to explain, because again, I don't really know shit about what the different about what the different textures do. Like I know the diffuse, right, is the black and white versus the colorize, which is the actual color regions. Then like the normal map, which is like the detail, like the skin detail, and then the layered, which is just everything else.
Yeah. The layered map is Ark's like specular system basically of just like RGB. It's different color channels to cram in 3 different texture spaces into one. Or, oh my god, who was flies through a helicopter? Yo, do you hear that?
No, I can't. I believe you though.
This is amazing, dude. Noise suppression is so goated. Okay, so this is not my texture work actually. I'm assuming it's Loki's good at texture work. before mine, but we're gonna go in and I'm gonna like use like the power of the sun if it lets me do that. I hope it does, low key. Like, well, not low key, but you know what I mean.
Okay.
Low key, because that's like usually I can bake at really high fidelities, but that was like kind of the first time I just decided not to. And I'm like,
Mhm.
that's mean spirited.
Like,
Um,
no reaction.
Light work, no reaction. So we're gonna see if it'll let me do this again.
I guess I guess while you're in um substance, could you talk about colorize and like colors
Oh,
that can touch and shit? You don't need to actually show it, but just like
yeah, no,
the
yeah, you're good.
basics
I'm
of it,
I'm
of
just
like what
like,
it is. And
yeah,
like
I'm
I
going
was
at
trying
the
to remember
basis.
what's the name of the things that you use that you and Loki use to like let colors touch um anchor
It's
points.
anchor points.
Hmm.
It's a way to almost not cheat it, but it gives it more of a buffer so it doesn't freak like. Can I cuss by the way, or is
Yeah,
it
you can
like?
cuss. That's
All right,
fine.
so it doesn't freak the fuck out when it like when they touch it. Like
Hmm.
it basically is just
Yeah,
a clipping.
yeah,
It's like a
when they
clipping mask
because
with a but like and you add a
when they
buffer.
touch
Yeah.
normally, it gives like this ugly like white line between them that looks really bad.
Yeah, the anchor points you use on color IDs is to prevent them from being as intense.
Hmm.
Basically, it's a way to just like be like, all right, we're gonna give you a little bit more like buffer space because when like for example, red and blue can't touch natively when they touch.
I'm gonna see if I can
The
find.
ID system doesn't like that on the texture space. Like it can't identify it as a color, so it makes it white to compensate.
Oh,
Should
perplexing.
work.
I want to
Let's
see if
try
I can
again.
find. There's like a there's like a diagram that shows what colors can touch and which ones can't.
I have it like hold on. It's in like Playwork Devport somewhere, but I always
Yeah,
I always have that up to reference.
it's like a
Um
skin competition. Hold on. Um,
but yeah, it's this game of it's just this game's color ID. Bro, holy shit. It like okay. That's mean spirited of this software.
did it crash?
Yeah, I actually am like kind of confused because usually it's fine. This is like the first time it's crashing. It's wow. That's really interesting. Alright, as long as I can pull a normal map at least. Because I do in my baking settings I like to do anti-aliasing to smooth out pixelated areas. It really does help with smaller region areas. So on the whale it will help out a lot in areas where you have like the tiny little spikes and stuff on the texture space, and it'll kind of help let the pixels just be smoother in general without them being incredibly pixelized. Um, yeah.
Oh, I thought I found it.
Third time's a charm. Come on.
I believe.
I also believe because I look you need this to like work.
Where is
There's like some specific stuff I want to do, but I need these textures to actually be baked for that to work.
Let's see if Crux is alive. Like Crux would have it.
Yeah, he definitely has something.
I swear. Oh my god, I'm losing it. Chad, I'm losing it. So,
Dude,
I'm kind of
you're
losing
so rough for that. Slay.
it. There was a point earlier on where I was like, I had to get water. I was like, I couldn't breathe. My voice kept like cracking. Dying. I found it. I found it. Okay.
I think I realized why
Here.
I'm crashing. My boot drive, which where all the temporary files go, is maxed out.
Okay, I'm gonna send this to you too, Claire.
Yeah.
Um,
And then I'll pull it up and talk about it. But
yeah, yeah, yeah. I have it up on my
sort
screen, but let me
of
send it. Oh, yeah, it's the one that you fucking have. I spent all that time and you had it sent to me already. God damn it.
dude, silly.
I'm gonna send it to you anyways. Silly ah. Silly ah.
Yeah. So basically, I don't know if you have it up on your stream or not, Lapis, but
I don't, but let me pull it up.
in the
Hold on. No, no, no.
Alright,
I got it.
I'm
I got
ready.
it.
I'm
I
ready,
have it. I have it
bitch.
here. I have it here now. Alright, you're good.
So do you see how red and green are like between yellow and like
Yes.
these like the blended line on the bottom?
Mm-hmm.
Um, it specifies as well like colors that allow blending between each other. You cannot blend red and green, but you would need yellow to kind of like
Gotcha.
if you want to fade colors together, you need to fade them in that ID order, or else like you kind of just it will just tweak.
Mm-hmm.
Like it won't like that at all.
Mm-hmm.
So it's you
And
you
that's
kind
when
of
you
have
can
to like
put, like ugly like
listen to it.
artifacting stuff with like the white shit.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Pretty much. It's really unfortunate to be honest, because
It is. Yeah.
it doesn't really consider opacity and like for texture work in general, like it just it makes it really hard to really give that depth to skins.
Mm-hmm.
So I have to find creative and different ways to do that, which is like certainly possible. It's just like really annoying,
Mm-hmm.
honestly. But
Yeah.
yeah, that's like the TLDR of it, color IDs, but the color IDs don't like it if you blend two colors without using a proxy color unless they're right next to each other. So like green and cyan and green, cyan and blue, I think, yeah. Those three can blend,
Mm-hmm.
but like green needs cyan to blend before going to blue. But then you'll have some colors like magenta and yellow, which red is between. Magenta will make its own buffer, like its own like little organic buffer to yellow. And
Just because of like color theory, just because of like the where they place.
is that actually a thing?
I mean, yeah, it makes
Is
sense.
that...
Like color, like magenta when it feeds into yellow.
Oh my
Because
god.
you're getting rid of the blue from it. Because blue and yellow.
Oh, that makes a lot of sense actually. That's really funny actually.
I don't
Yeah,
know.
pretty
I'm just
much.
kind of talking out of my ass. I'm assuming that's why. Like, just
It,
because
it
of how
honestly,
colors
I
work.
wouldn't be
Just because of how
surprised.
colors work.
I've also decided that we're gonna brute force away. This is something I do when doing clay edits. Is what I'm about to pull out here.
Mm-hmm.
But in order to pull out the software I use to derive maps from a normal map, Substance Painter can do it as well, but I prefer this software. So most of the time, I have to shut off one of my graphics cards. Probably later I'll get in to actually figure out why it's crashing to do like a really in-depth bake because I've been wanting to. Wow, I shouldn't have done that while Substance Painter was running. Huh. But um it's called Nald. It's really good at like deriving maps from another map. Like it's like really good at it. I like it a lot for that reason. Like it's a really fast baker as well. Um can't really think of the differences between them besides that Substance Painter you can obviously paint and there's like already like the baking function.
Mm-hmm.
But I think Nald is just built to do like deriving maps and such. I cannot find your folder. Where's Lapis at?
Starts
There
with
you
an L. Yep. Yeah.
Did I not? Wait, hold on.
Chat. This is not.
Oh, I never. I see. Hold on. I think the reason why it's crashing is because there's already previous work on it and it's just not liking the maps changing that fast.
I see. I see.
So we're just gonna do a bandage fix for now and we're just gonna do this. Where's my normal map at? Oh, someone already did a concavity. Oh, that's cool.
What a silly guy.
And I'm assuming this is Loki, right? That did all this.
Yes. Yep.
Yeah, Loki the goat, the goat.
Loki
They're
the
just
goat.
there was something I was hoping to. Why you're frozen? Oh, that's probably because it crashed again. God, this software hates me. There's something I was hoping to do to pull out some more micro details because deriving from normal maps are good. Because I noticed that I think the curvature was derived when I was checking the bake settings. But I wanted to use the power of the sun on my computer to make a really in-depth curvature map. But we're just gonna do it in here, which is already concavity action. Hold on. Dude, my brain is like
Dying.
it's like a straight line, bro. I'll be real with you. Um,
What do you mean? It's like a straight line. What?
bro, it's a straight
It's a
line.
straight
There,
line.
there,
What does that even mean?
there is no like wavelength in my
I
in
thought
my
you were saying it's like
skull.
fucking 2D.
No, no, Lapis.
No wrinkles or curve. You have a smooth brain.
I might actually just
No
work off
ridges
of
or
what Loki
lumps.
did.
No
It's
valleys or
not that big of a
bumps.
deal. Yeah, for real.
Thoughts flow off.
Hold on, what does your roughness look like? Okay, wait. Okay. Okay.
What a freak. What a freak. What a freak this
Dude,
guy is.
sculpting this thing was so awesome. Like, amazing experience. 10 out of
Yeah.
10.
Hell yeah.
Okay, you know, it's like a drug, bro.
Oh my god.
I really want this curvature map, man. Like,
I believe in you.
uh,
I
I don't
believe
know
in
what's
you.
crashing it.
I'm manifesting it for you.
I'm manifesting it. I'm manifesting it.
I'm
Hold on.
the concept of a curvature map.
You're streaming on Twitch, right?
No, on YouTube. Do you want me to send you the link?
Yeah, I'm pulling it. I think I have it. Hold on. I wanna like. I need to get a context of who's watching. We can gain like a little bit
There's
of
no one
performance.
watching. Well, I mean,
Oh, thank God.
well, no, Cryptid is watching. I don't know who the other person is.
Who the
Annie
wait?
from
Is it? Oh, Annie.
yeah,
Annie.
from
Lapis Lazuli.
Rebecca's
It's not working. Shit,
Shit.
dude. I need to like. I need this like one little thing to work, please. Hold on. We're going back
I believe in
one more time.
you. I'm sorry.
Wow.
She says hi.
Dude, it's so weird to look at this guy again after so many months.
It has been a long time. He's gonna get rigged up. He's gonna get rigged up. Maybe the next time when I do another stream, I'll work on this. I covered pretty much everything. Honestly, there's not a ton that's.
Yo, what the hell was that curvature map? Wait, why did it like that? Sorry, I'm getting like sidetracked. That curvature map like looked whack as hell. What? What? Why? Why?
Great.
What happened to you? Why are you not?
Oh, yes, I love when the whale,
Dude.
the curvature. It's a fucking silhouette.
Dude, what? Why? Why is it doing this? Stop! You can't do this to me, whale. Bro, that's like I'm like facing multiple first time issues right now. Like I have. Okay. Generate from mesh. Yes. Okay, please work. Dude, what is this? What is
Oh,
this? Why aren't you like
why
no,
are
it's
you-
not making one. It's just like freaking it.
Why are you blue?
Oh my god, my graphics card crashed. What?
A graphics card can crash.
Yes, they can. It just did.
Dog, that's crazy. That is I've never seen that happen before.
Okay. Like, obviously, it was fated. This was a fated event. I
Yeah.
like. Oh my
All
god.
roads lead to Rome.
I'm
that
just
kind of
gonna.
shit.
I'll just suck it up here. Like,
That's fine. That doesn't
obviously,
have to be the final one, you know.
yeah. I'll probably go in and figure it out. I wanted to do that real quick. I was like, really hoping to.
It's alright.
Yeah, I know that. This substance file is dead as fuck. I'm not gonna. Yeah,
Oh my god.
dude.
Oh, Lord.
You can't make this shit up. Just like how 2 hours became 3 hours in a drive. As I was watching the time go up as it hit rush hour.
Good Lord.
Wow, really did.
Oh, the other viewer is me. I figured it out.
Bro.
I'm such a-
BFFR of me right now, bro.
I was like, wait, do I have my old stream open? Maybe that's who it is. It is. I should close out of this. It's probably causing my computer to. No, it's fine. Light work. I can see how far delayed this is. Okay, it is delayed quite a bit. I think it's scaled. I think it's like perpetually scaled now. Refresh. We made a sick thing. Do you want to see our sick guy that we made, Clay?
Yeah. I want to see. Did you send the stream?
I can show you on the stream. Oh wait, I can share my screen. Oh my god. Dog, I'm going.
Oh wait, I can kill my computer a little bit more.
My computer can't die. Oh god, people are seeing my thing. This is bad. Shit. Hold up. Hold up. I'm doxing myself right now. I'm not even on streamer
Dude,
mode.
for real.
I'm not even on streamer mode right now. This is bad.
Dude, what is the play of the lifetime?
Okay, I'm streaming. You can watch it now. Watch.
Yeah.
Gather in quickly.
Yeah.
Can you see? Can you see my dev kit?
Yeah. I opened the wrong file.
You moron. You moron.
Dude, can like one thing go right now, please? Please. Dude, POV the life of a modder.
Dude, there was so much shit that went wrong today. There's so much.
Dude, it felt like falling down a tree and like just hitting every. Oh my god. Who is this? Why?
Baby.
What? Yo.
He's a little baby. Look, do you want to see something cool? Watch this.
Yeah, sure.
Little leg. Big head. What a silly guy. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Oh my god, can I not? Dog, I'm losing it. It's not. It has to work. Oh my god. You moron. Oh, whatever. It's fine.
POV me watching my child. My god, you moron.
You moron! Need to make a mustard. Yeah, that is true. When I was setting up the colorize, I picked a really ugly yellow color, and I swear to God, I got it every single time I spawned one in. And there's like 10 freaking colors to choose from for that region, and every single time I got like the piss yellow, like construction yellow color. Oh, it was very unfortunate. Yeah, that's him. He's just a little friend. And he can walk around, and he can bite things, and he can spawn on beaches. Which is pretty baller. And he's just a little silly guy. I guess, yeah, I should make a note of what I need to do next time. So next time, saddle, definitely. We gotta talk about saddle. next time.
Yes.
Saddle. Just make a note of graphing asterisk. It's hard to talk about graphing because graphing is a lot of copy.
Graphing is like.
But I think what I'll probably do is I'll just have some like pre-made graphs that I can make for like basic mechanics and things that people would probably use. That's probably what I'll do. There we go. Sorry about that. There we go. Yeah, because I have a couple that I can use. Like I have one for like doing bonus damage to specific creatures and stuff like that. It's very intuitive. Like it's kind of common sense and it's kind of hard to explain a lot of it, other than like what basic components do. And for that, there are much more intelligent people than me that can explain that stuff. What else? Let's do like other taming mechanics. Question mark. Maybe we can talk about that. What else? Ranged attacks. That was one thing that I wanted to do. Ranged attacks. What else? I don't know. Cryptid, is there anything else you can think of that we need to talk about in the next one? Maybe I'll get another guest star. Maybe I'll convince Rebecca to join.
Rebecca Dark Edge TV.
Rebecca Dark Edge TV, my favorite. Maybe I'll get like Tristed or someone to join and talk about animations and stuff, or maybe I'll get him to talk about saddles. That would be cool.
I'm just I'm doing a little bit like Tism Flare on the speculars right now.
Which is the layered.
Yeah, layered. So I'm doing the roughness right now. I'm I like to use
the layered is literally just like
grunges.
It's just like all of the other maps, basically, right?
Yeah.
It's just a shit ton of maps.
The layered is 3 maps. It is the ambient occlusion, the roughness, and the metallic map. And the metallic map for creatures is converted and contorted around to be used as a curvature map, actually. That has like a little bit of like a hue, like a dark offset under, but it's also like used as a cavity mask for to mask off the detail normals and tell the detail normals where to not touch and where to touch. It's really weird where it has like a huge range of where it could go. It's like it racks my brain sometimes, to be honest.
Bizarre. Do you know much about the like do you know much about the like other like emissive maps and like iridescent? I was wondering about iridescent because I was wondering what the difference between iridescent.
Wait.
I mean, I know what iridescent is. Like, I know what it does in kit. I don't know like what. I don't know if that's just like a. Because I feel like that's like what a metallic should be. Is it not? I don't know. Iridescent is like the like sheen that it has and stuff. But there's also like settings that you can just adjust on the actual material that just do that. So it's like, I don't know. Hello.
So I was
No, not you. My fucking this texture was not loading.
Oh, okay. I was just sitting here like. My eyes like fucking splitting apart right now, just processing this.
Yeah. I read fur cards. I don't know if do you know much about setting up fur cards?
Loki does. I've actually learned what I know from working off of Loki. So
I was gonna go head up Loki. And
Loki's like the go-to goat for this part.
Right. If you're making a creature, don't make one that has fur for your first one. That's
I
a
feel like
tidbit of advice.
Did I like fucking invert the? Okay, there's something wrong with me. I fear.
Chat.
Okay. Here, roughness. Let's see. Roughness here, here. Facial roughness again. White. Black mask. Dude, I don't know why the fuck the tongue looks like that. I don't know what I was doing, but like, holy fuck, what the hell?
Yeah, that's fine.
Dude, it's staring back at me. It's scaring me.
It's giving like you know like the like Ant War when like a TV static. That's what it reminds me of. Looks like
Yeah,
little
for
TV
real.
static. How very silly.
Filter.
We're about to hit the 6 hour mark, Clay.
Holy bro,
Dude,
how
I've
long
been
have you
going
been
for a
at
long
this?
time. 6 hours. Yeah.
Well, okay, I did kind of put that together. I'm
You
kind of
know,
a fucking dumbass for that. I'm not gonna lie.
it's funny. There was a there. Did you know there was an Epic Games outage today? Um,
Yeah, I saw that shit. Yeah,
and it
that was really
ended two
funny.
minutes before the stream was supposed to start. So I had no time today. I like there was like 3 hours that I had dedicated. I was gonna like go through and like fact check and make sure all of my notes were correct, and then I wasn't able to do that because it came up 2 minutes before it was gonna start. And so yeah, we had to do it.
Wild.
We had to do it live. We had to do it all live. So
That's really funny. What the fuck?
I was like, I was really hoping that it would go late.
You would have a normal fucking morning
Yeah.
with this shit? Yeah, no, bro.
Oh gosh, but
Okay,
no,
so we
no,
have-
no, no.
We have the micro like we have like the hard detail offset, which I could just go off of.
The hard
then we
detail
got-
offset.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I'm hard. So
What?
mm,
Don't say that.
sorry, no, there's what's it called? I'm trying to like figure out like the balance point between like the overall area surfaces being like a slightly higher roughness or like a gloss to them versus other areas like the micro version where it's like just like this like the specific little tiny areas. And then on top of that I'm gonna add dirt generator to have specific areas be a lot more rougher than others
Mhm.
to allow her to just to be like body grunge and just like wearing body wear that you would see like a natural animal just like existing throughout environments. It's like a bunch of I'm just doing a bunch of offsets right now. Here. Okay, cool.
Do you think I can't really talk about it on stream. Do you think you're gonna do the stuff
No.
that Depths messaged you about or no?
No, probably not. Dude, I'm like tweaking out already. I don't think I am equipped to
Mhm.
match that level of quality right now.
Yeah.
Okay. So this is what I was looking for right here is the rippling of this side here. So it's like you still have like on top of the normal map, you still have an offset with it. And then so sometimes what I do is I'll just start to rotate it just to see how like it looks in different light angles. But I like to do that a lot.
Mhm. Interesting.
And then now on top of this, I think I can make this a little bit more intense actually.
Yeah, make it real rough. Make it real rough.
He's really pretty rough.
It's pretty rough, Don.
I like to do it like this instead of smoother. Making the specular smoother, or like the roughness smoother, because you like it could still be like shinier, but it helps it feel really rough with the skin texture. Like a rough, like a high, like it's like a high like noise level to it, so it feels like there's more
More detail. Or more.
Yeah, it helps the detail feel more grainy,
Res,
like
yeah.
great.
Yeah. Nice. Sick.
And that's just a lot of just eyeballing back and forth, which I'll wrap up in a second. Make it lighter. And then this is the fun part. I make another fill layer, and then I make this super light, and I make a dirt generator, and then I turn I
Yes, he's
turn
deep fried.
yeah, he's a
He
little
made him into a deep fried meme. Interesting.
burnt. But yeah, dirt generator. It goes off of the ambient occlusion map, and if you oh, thank you, Loki. Thank you for not using the floor panel on the ambient occlusion. I hate using the floor panel. It what's it called? So I like it because the ambient occlusion really gets into creases and makes them a lot lighter. So it's like rougher areas that like dirt and ground would build up on, and like it helps with some areas as well in general to kind of just like it just does the areas that like would be like that feel would feel rougher. It covers a lot of those bases for me, and I just change around the settings a lot, and I just figure out how I want the balance to be. I usually have 2 or 3 generators, one of them being high contrast and one being low contrast. One with the high contrast on the grunge, so it's like actually like it helps cover large areas, and then one of them being lower contrast to kind of just cover cover small areas with high with like just sharper edges, like to like imply like skin flaking and stuff almost. That's how I like to like think of it. The one I'm doing right now is like the overall like just body coverage one, and then I'm gonna do like the specific one in a second here. It does blow out some areas, but sometimes I feel like that some areas are
What do you
okay to
mean
do
by
that too.
blowout?
Oh, so rough, like so
Like when
right
it's like
here,
super
it's like
white.
yeah, super white. So like it's not gonna be really reflective much.
Gotcha. Okay.
So then and like you would go in manually and figure out which areas you want to be more reflective, and then you'll just do the process again of with like roughness layers to kind of get in on that.
Okay. Cool.
It's so nice. Loki has everything so organized. It's so nice. I love it when things are organized. I'll do texture work jobs from other people, and I kind of just get thrown a fuck ass file, and I kind of just have to stare at it like I'm gonna blow my brains out. I think actually.
Classic. Good God.
So it's really nice when there's like concise files with like everything already there.
Yeah.
Because it
Like
takes out half of
organization
the.
in general. Oh gosh. Even like I was
It's
talking about
always
that with like
important.
I was talking about
Yeah.
that in like DevKit shit too with like
Yeah,
everything
yeah.
is everything needs its own folder, otherwise you will lose shit so easily.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Unfortunately, no one actually does it, and everything ends up being unorganized. So, like a clusterfuck. Like you should have seen the names of my animations that I was importing. I have like idle underscore new underscore bait.
Dude, Nim would send me a
Like-
fucking file that just says sex. It's just sex, bro. It's not a sex animation to clarify. I would like to clarify that it's not actually a sex animation. It is simply just
Jesus.
it is simply just a file
Oh my gosh.
like that we're testing. It's but it's just called set. For what reason I don't know.
And this is the second one that you're doing now, right? This is like the the
Yeah,
more
I
like
for
focused one and not the just like overall one.
yeah, this is the one that's like, one. My brain just, I think I remembered what I did with these ones last time. Grudge. Yeah. So usually I layer with this one actually I do layer another grunge over it. So it like over time it does layer on and make it super rough. So you do gotta like make sure like I have to like be on top of making sure that I don't like
Like
do
yeah.
it too much.
Mhm.
So we're gonna actually bring you down and then try on the grudge again. It's a large bodied animal, so we're gonna have one grunge layer that's going to like take up large areas like
Can I ask,
this.
are those grunge textures? Are those ones that you specifically have, or are those
No,
like
they're built
base?
into
They're built in
Zebra.
into
Yeah, they're built
Substance.
into Substance Painter. It's really fun actually. I like to
Nice.
just kind of explore.
Is that
Um,
dirt one that you did earlier? Is that also a just
it's a
base?
generator. Yeah.
But that's just like a base thing that's just in any version of or any like Substance Painter. That's not like one that you
Um,
made.
no, I did not make them.
Okay,
This is like
nice.
from like stock. Yeah.
Yeah, so they are just like things that anyone can use. Yeah. Okay. Cool.
Yeah.
Sick.
Here. Multiply. And we're gonna make this one a little bigger. So when you're doing masks, multiply mask will layer over multiple like you can layer over multiple things on top of them and they'll like all go through and composite into one. So if we go in the mask view, um this is what the current grunge looks like.
Oh, freaky.
But this is like the I forgot to turn on triplanar actually. Triplanar for projection actually really helps with just avoiding seams.
Oh, sick.
Um, but this is my overall body coverage for the dirt was for the for like the for the
Like the
that was
crease.
also overall I could say overall body coverage, but that's for like covering areas like the armpits and stuff and overall
Gotcha.
areas and making creases deeper.
Hmm.
This one is like this is overall body coverage, and then there's another one that goes into it to where it like it will stack on and it will make areas more intense. Like so this one has like it's like really white here. So this one go over that and it'll still do more grunge, but it will like it'll break up the whites more. So we go into material real quick
Hmm.
and go into here. Turn it off. It's a really subtle thing, but it's something I feel like really helps with a creature. It also doesn't help that I've layered on a bit too much, so the difference is hard to see. But this is with let me get a better angle. This is with the overall body one, and this is like with the specific one.
Yeah, I see what you did
Why you can't
on
fucking
like the
see it.
peak on like the peaks of the bumps and stuff. I kind of see. I see what
Yeah.
you mean, like on the map, on the back. Yeah. 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 Yeah.
So it's like off on. So it's like it's hard because it's just not really contrasted. I
Hmm.
tried something a little different here, so I'm like going with the flow right now, but here I'll do like this real
You're
quick.
reaching a flow state right now.
I I, I've been needing this. I've been needing it. But yeah, no. So you can see a lot better here if I turn off some other layers. Actually,
Yeah.
I might
Okay.
roll some of these. I'm gonna modify these around more, but you can see how like um yeah, the reflectiveness like that. If I turn off this, it's gonna cover these areas, right? But
Hmm.
then I use this and I offset the tiling, so this one tiles in a different way than the other one. So the areas where it does have like the texture, it now goes into those areas and it blocks it. It changes it around, which you're acting really dumb right now, actually. Interesting. But yeah, so oh wait, I'm working wow, I'm dumb. I was working in reverse. with the white and dark on this one. This one was meant to be darker, or no, no. Okay. Oh, I know what I meant with two now. I feel like I'm like putting puzzle pieces together, but like in the weirdest way like possible. It's been a long day.
Yeah.
Um,
Okay.
so I got this one. I'm gonna offset you here. Set you here.
Oh, freaky.
So different areas are gonna have different like varying like levels of just grunge.
Mm-hmm.
So this is it without
Mm-hmm.
and then it goes into those areas and it breaks it
So
up
it's
even
more,
more so
yeah.
that like the black here doesn't go over here. But yeah, usually more fine tuning, but for the sake of do this. Actually gonna change the grunge on this one. I'm feeling this one. No. I'm just gonna back on this. Turn on you, you, and you. And then yeah. Yippee!
Yippee, 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 yippee. Stunning, stunning, stunning.
Oh no. Oh wait, this one. Okay. So that's the roughness. I noticed in the kit as well that if you want to directly pull out the roughness map you make in Substance Painter, the value is called model roughness, and I crank it to 3 and then lower everything else down because the other ones are like composite from other values of other maps you create that you put into the material. So if you want like the more unaffected version of like closer to this, you have to go in the model. It's called the model roughness
Called
value.
model roughness. Let me pull it up on mine.
And then if you crank it up, you'll see that it resembles this map because it pulls directly from this map for that value.
Model roughness. Contribution. Model rough.
Yes.
Okay.
I think that's it, yeah.
3. That's the closest one I can find. Let's see. Let me pop it into this guy. Let's go into mesh. Oh yeah, he's real shiny.
You gotta change on your no after you do that you change on your other roughness values because it makes the priority of the model roughness higher when you crank it. So
What do you mean,
it will
this one? Like the roughness one?
oh shit, I forgot that you're also wait, no, not sure. I need to check your YouTube again. Shit.
Oh, that's right. I'm not streaming to you. I'm sorry. No, hold on. I forgot that. Let me share my screen real quick again.
Bastard.
There you go. It's like this was set to 0.4, and he looked like he was from one of the vampires from Twilight.
Yeah.
So it's this one.
So you lower mess around if your
Yeah.
roughness to pull pull it higher or lower and it will like
that.
yeah, so like maybe like around the 0.7 range, I guess. But yeah, no, this would this one represents more of the actual map you create in Substance Painter. So if you like so for me it's important for me because I do a lot of my roughness, like I do a lot of specific things to my roughness maps. So if I actually wanted to show what I created in Substance Painter, I like the little subtleties that it does without being blotched out entirely, I have to use that value more often than usual.
Gotcha.
I'm gonna pick a metallic map real quick. The metallic map is like
let me go back to you.
So this one, from what I understand, is like it gotta go white and then black. Yep. Okay. This is like your cavity map in the kit. The materials pull this for like the detail normals of where to place them and where to not. It's like the black mask for it. Uh, but this one is important for the concavity. God bless Loki for making one. Um. Oh wow. Yeah, I really do need to make a new one. Um. Okay. Really weird that the def the def got fried. It's like it's taken in all the mini details that I made, but not any of like the large ridges or any of it. It's really interesting. Makes for a cool effect though when you have the metallic on. Something like that. Interesting. Um,
Okay.
it'll work.
Look at this guy. Look at him. He's so silly. Look at how silly.
And then I'm addicted to a dirt generator, so I also do a metallic map as well. And I just make it really faded.
Oh, sick.
It's like a slight hue offset.
Mm-hmm.
But this is really dark. Hold on, maybe the one that Loki already made is gonna be better to start out with. Yeah, I like this better actually. Um, we'll do that. Okay. So then it's RGB for the specular map. So red is metallic. So the metallic map will look like this on the red. Green is roughness. So the roughness map in kit, when you turn off all the color channels beside roughness, will look like this one.
Mm-hmm.
And then ambient occlusion is blue.
Okay.
Um, and this I'm and that for the sake of time, I'm just gonna like what's it called? Oh, why is it not working anymore? Why did Loki's thing stop working? What? Hey man. Oh, there you go. Diffuse under. What does the colorize look like? Gotcha. Okay. Okay. So black is regionless. Let's see. Yeah. They Loki call it the exclusion. So black is regionless, so the colorize will not be affected here. The material will look for black as not to put the colorize on, and the diffuse will come over through the black. So
Okay.
your base color will come through. So that's why mouth texture. Oh, damn, Loki, this is nice. Pop off, Queen. Um, but yeah, hold on, wait, someone just damn me, I got a response. I'm back. So this is the colorize. Red is one of the channels. I'll quickly add a magenta and yellow. I like to use yellow on my underside, but it will the material will invert that. Um, base red. Okay, so you have a base red. I'm actually gonna make this yellow and layer over. Actually, no. Yes, no. Yeah. Let's try something different. So I go in here, I change the color material color channel. So I'm gonna put you to yellow for the color channel. And you to fade to red for now. And then actually we're gonna make you a little bit darker brown, and we're gonna give this guy counter shading, I think. And then we're gonna use a generator called the light generator. And what this does is I need to invert you. Is it just simulates light based on the world space normals and position maps. Highlight level. We're gonna max out highlight level. Light attenuation is going to be slide over to the right, so it's a true yellow. I'm gonna throw glossiness down as well. And then we're gonna change the angle so to help imply counter shading. There you go. When we go in here, we're actually gonna turn off the metallic. There you go. But yeah, no. So go in here, the underbelly is lighter because of this one now, and it is part of the color ID for that. Let's see, I'm gonna fit around with the settings more. Okay, cool. And then trying to think, how do I want to go about magenta? Just to quickly get magenta in there. Um, we're gonna do another light, but we're gonna make it this. I'll make it darker. Like, add a slightly red. We'll make the base red be like slightly blue.
Hmm. I'm back. I'm sorry. I was dying.
You were gone? You left?
Oh.
How dare you?
No, I was there, but I couldn't speak because my dog was barking.
See.
But no, I see what you mean about the magenta and yellow, how they like fade.
They can jump.
Yeah, I could definitely see that, like the way they're touching, like yeah, like how they sort of naturally it becomes.
That won't artifact, yeah. Like it's so nice. Like I abuse it so much, to be honest.
Oh, yeah. Oh, gosh.
Yeah. Yeah, with the darker colors now you can see the like the thought process behind like what I mean what I really mean with the speculars and stuff. Well the roughness and just like the grungers in specific spots and stuff. A little bit. I think it's a little too glossy, but for the case of it picking up an arc and easier to give settings leadway
Yeah.
on stuff, like yeah, I think it's fine.
Nice. Can't believe you're giving him forehead veins.
I'm addicted to fucking stripes, so for advanced it is.
Okay, well I will be right back while you're working on this. If I come back and you've hidden like some cursed thing in here, I'm gonna be very disappointed.
Well, now that you said it, I'm gonna like feel a temptation, you know, like fuck. You guys are stuck with me now. As a feel idiots. Hold on. I'm like actively trying to hold back with going hard on this pattern because it since fading is harder with the color system sometimes doing complex patterns will really just burn your eyes.
Hello? Clayton, are you there?
Yes.
Slay.
Slay.
Where is it? Where did you hide it?
Surprisingly, I actually did not. As soon as you left, my mom walked to my room, so I was talking to her for a bit.
Okay, good. Good. I'm
I
glad.
did not subject your stream to anything. I don't know what you mean.
Was he lying?
I don't know what you're talking about, bro.
Annie wouldn't lie to me.
I would never lie to you, Lapis.
Oh, you
I
would.
don't know what you mean. Yeah, I would.
Oh, God.
I'm like trying to refrain from making this pattern like absolutely insane, bro.
Yeah, no, that's fine. We're
I feel like the Green Goblin.
point.
Yeah. Oh,
Yeah.
that actually looks really shit. Oh no, it's already Lapis. It's starting already.
No, looks really cool.
Okay. We're gonna stop it there, and we're gonna move on to doing the diffuse. Diffuses is usually the black and white. So all I'm really gonna do is I do filter to put on color, HSL perspective. We're gonna kill the saturation. And we're gonna put this on pass through. Wait. Yes. Pass through. No. Color. Wait. I don't think I did that right. Well, whatever. Yeah, this is just a basic diffuse now. This works fine. But I like to do some things to help give like texture and depth to the colors because the diffuse imagine diffuse like a multiplier and overlay over your other colors.
Okay.
So some things I like to do is to add a cavity to these. So add a black mask. I'll make the color like completely black. Add a fill layer here, not there, in the mask. And then I'll go into my textures and I'll grab the curvature map. And I'll kind of just like do this. So sometimes I have to decide where I want to place it. So some places sometimes I like to have the this kind of detail offset in the color in the like the pattern color itself be like darker above like in the like above the cavities or sometimes inverted like in below the cavities. So something I do is I add a fill here and I do more dirt and grunge on a multiply. Well, what this does when there is a cavity under it is that it will choose specific spots to actually place that cavity at, like this. So I'll probably bump the contrast, turn on triplanar again, turn on the tiling a little bit more. But now like it's like you can see like the diffuse you can see like the how it's like offsetting the darker regions in specific areas. So I like to do that.
Oh, weird. Yeah, I see what you mean.
But this I need one with like more shape to it. So we're gonna go back to powder wide. Powder wide is like my like I'm addicted to using that one.
Silly guy.
So do that. We'll bring the contrast up. Or, no, the balance higher? Yeah, be the balance. But now choose the specific spots to be darker in. We'll make it larger. No, a larger animal is gonna want. It's gonna choose to be in areas. So I'll do it like that, and then I'll make a new one. But this time, I make it white, and I invert my cavity, so it goes under now, but it'll go under in um go under white in specific areas now here. So I'll change the grunge, and then usually I like to put this on like an overlay. That's not too intense, but it helps offset it. Now it's white under, and then on top of this, I'll do a black under, and then I'll like change up the I'll change up the tiling again. Just make a. Sometimes I'll change the grunge again to a different one. Let's try you. Increase the balance. There you go. Try planner. Oh shit, it's taking up too much. Put here. We'll heighten the contrast of a higher balance. And then we will tighten the cavity. It's harder when the cavity is not tight. I need it for the main body cavities and not the details. There you go. Maybe I'll duplicate you again. Change the tiling a little bit to have more coverage. Same with you. Um, What the well?
What a freak. Uh-oh.
Well, that scared me. Holy
Okay, when was the
shit!
last time that you
Please don't.
saved, Clue?
That was me saving. I thought it crashed on save. That would not have been fun. That would not have been fun, bro. I will not lie. That would have been
That would have been
terrible
quite brutal.
experience.
Yeah.
Brutal experience. Def kidding.
Mm.
But yeah, no. So I like to do a lot of that layering. Some
Mhm.
areas have like heightened values or lower values and different like in like inverted like with the inverted cavities and stuff.
Mhm.
Because animals have a lot of that in their skin texture and varying levels in different areas. And to say large animals having a lot of it would help. But this will help offset the actually here I'll do it like this. If I put the overlay, this is almost like a visualization of what it could look like in game. Of like
Mhm.
just like this is without and this is with.
Yeah. Okay.
So like it helps offset overlay, maybe like soft light. No, not soft light. Will apply. No. It's definitely like overlay because brighter like it'll brighten colors as well.
Mhm.
But yeah,
Nice.
no, like you'll have some gaps there and I'll usually try to correct that with some areas. But yeah, that's pretty
Okay.
much it.
Hell yeah.
Okay. I'll do pass through again. Let's export these textures and finally get into the kit because uh
Mm.
oh yeah. Output templates and are a different thing. It's just setting the color channels and stuff to the correct spots. So we need the colorize, the layered, and the diffuse. We're the normals and
Okay.
not exporting at 8K.
What is dithering? Why does that matter versus just that?
Something to do with like the pixels and dithering the pixels help with preservation, I think. I forgot. There's some specific to it. I just turn it on.
Gotcha. I believe you. Oh dear, the kid is not booted up.
It's
It's time to wait. It's time to
how
wait.
much
Mine was pretty
would
quick
you
booting up this time, at least.
thank God, actually. How much would you care if we made the kit part into a different part?
Do you want to get off?
My energy is fried, but okay, let me just at
It's
least
up to
get
you.
these
I was
to
gonna say
you.
we're at 6:48 right now. We're almost at 7 hours. We can stop at like 7 hours.
Alright, cool.
Yeah. So really, we just got to go for a little bit longer. If you just want to do like the again, yeah, just like the basic. Um, like I know like the actual like the material instance, but like the I guess yeah, like mainly like the different values and stuff, and setting those up, and then yeah, doing like the whatever the like yeah, like all the different values and shit, and tweaking them, the ones that matter, I guess I should say. And then yeah, anything about detailed normals if you want to include those or not.
Um, actually, okay, I can just talk about someone right now.
Mhm.
Detail normals, I like to use one of the chitin textures and have it be more of like like subtle, like a subtle visual offset to look at
That's
on
really
your
funny.
creature's
That's
material.
exactly what I that's exactly what I said this should be used for. I was like, they don't look that good, but the chitin texture is pretty good, and I like using that
It's
for
so
bugs.
good. It like okay, here, hold on. One of my clay creatures have it. So I
Oh,
think I did
hold
on
on.
Clay
Let me go back to
Inky.
your stream. Yeah.
And on Clay Inky a little bit, the detail normals literally just like are there to just support
Hmm.
instead of take over the textures, and it's so nice.
Yeah.
Ava
If
Bronco
you
is a
just
good
want to like,
example.
if you just want to like open up one of your textures that you have and just show like what settings you have, on
Yeah.
like one that you
This
already
is
have
Evo
finished, you know?
Bronto.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. With Evo Bronto, it's like you zoom in, it's just subtle textures that help offset. It's just something to look at because it's something that helps give. It's like it's micro versus macro details, and this is like micro when you're like so fucking close or zooming in, like some people would. Smile. But
Like some people would.
but like it's just a way to help offset and add subtlety
Hmm.
to a texture that you normally wouldn't be able to because of texture resolution.
Yeah.
Um, do I have the low poly of the whale to even start with?
I think I
Um,
sent it to you. Do you want me to grab it for you?
um, yeah.
I'm pretty sure I sent it to you. I'm like 90% sure. Let me scroll up. Otherwise, yeah, if you just want to open up like Bronto's one or something, or the Enki one.
Let's see.
I swear I sent it to you. Hold on.
This Bronto's the best example I have. Yeah. I haven't touched Bronto in so long, texture wise. God. Okay. So Bronto has higher tiling for the chitin plated. It is cotton plated normal, but it is literally just this
Mm-hmm.
it's just like a bumpy, like sharp kind of texture. And as you can see, like what it looks like, it's like I lower my detail normals to be super low, so they don't really contribute in the height, but they just contribute in the roughness value. So it's almost like what I'm. It's like kind of like it's like what you watched me do here,
Mm-hmm.
but like this is actually like unaffected by resolution differences in your textures. Um, let's see. I think Bronto was before I found out about the model roughness stuff, right? Yeah, it was. Oh, well, it's not a good example, but usually now I crank that and I lower everything else. Rex actually might be a good example of this now. Let's see. Yeah, it is. Let me grab Rex. This is my modification of the Rex material. So I forgot I submerge these guys in the ground so they don't come after me and pie when I'm testing. But
Why don't you just drag out the skeletal mesh?
I wanted the idle position. I didn't feel like looking for the animation.
Okay,
It was like right there, and I was like, you know what? Yes.
okay.
But for Rex's what he looks like,
Mm.
um, I cranked up the model roughness on him. So if I look up the roughness option, he has 2.5. His roughness is at 0.7 with a lower gloss. So he's a lot more rougher, but that's because his model roughness contribution is really high, and that's like the original roughness that you have created in Kit.
Mm-hmm.
So, and then I actually don't think I really use the detail normals too much here. I just look at one of the ones I didn't really use it, but yeah, like I use null to give me back the normals and then make a curvature map to make entirely new layered entirely new layered map for Rex.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I think of what else. Um, normal strength, normal detail strength. So no detail on cavity, what it is. When you kind of, it's at one right now, but if you turn it off, the details will go into the cavity, the detail normals. This means a lot more for animals that have a high like that rely on detail normals for stuff a lot.
Hmm.
But since Rex doesn't really use detail normals, it doesn't really matter. Uh, I didn't make one for Spino yet, but I kind of just like made I made the detail normals really small again, and then changed on the specular and turned on the model roughness to pull out the original ones so you can see like better detail because these used to like deep fried as fuck. If I like pull, if I pull out normal Spino, like I'm gonna be honest with you, like it's kind of ass. I'm not gonna lie. Um, like
Skeletal man.
where's the skeletal? Oh, there it is. So they use like a weird scale texture, and it makes me so mad that they
Oh
use
yeah, I
this.
see what you mean. Yeah.
So I really cranked down the detail normals and
Hmm.
I changed what they are entirely, so they don't do that. So they're more of like just a supporting texture that helps with the micro detailing. But
Hmm.
this is like a sin to me. This makes me mad. Like it makes me like upset to look at, you know. It scales over scales, and that's just like abhorrent to me.
Yeah.
It's just it doesn't look good, and I don't know why I do it all the time. Like fucking Dread is like the worst example of this. But it's like they don't use them as a supporting texture; they use them as a texture, and
Hmm.
it just doesn't look good, like at all. But I did all the I fix it on the work in progress edit. I'm doing a Spino, um, and I just think that it's like it just doesn't look as deep fried as a texture because it doesn't have scales over scales.
Yeah.
It's a lot smoother in a good way this
Hmm.
time.
Yeah.
But yeah. Um, it's like the TLDR of it, and then I probably would have more to say another time, but
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah. That's fine. That's fine.
If I can try to set up the well next time we do something like this.
Hmm. Yeah, for sure. Um.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Uh,
Well, yeah, we're teetering on the 7 hour mark. We have 2 minutes left. 2 minutes of things to
I'm just gonna
fill.
sit here and cry and
You just
rot.
sit here and cry. Well, yes, thank you very much, Clay. I really appreciate you coming by.
Yeah, of course.
Snap, snap, snap.
We would have probably been able to actually do the whale instead. For
Mm.
example, today, if I didn't get caught in traffic that's lasted 3 fucking hours.
No, it's alright.
That sucked. That sucked a lot, bro. Never again am I driving around fucking Thanksgiving, bro.
No, that
Dude,
is all right.
people do not know how to drive. It's
That is all.
wild.
That is all right. Yeah, thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Yeah.
Yeah,
Um,
of course.
I think yeah, we're gonna call it here. 7 hours is pretty good. Um,
Good session, yeah.
my voice needs a rest. And yeah, I think that pretty much covers it. Yeah, I was gonna say like all the other stuff I kind of covered beforehand, like setting up, like how to set up colorize and stuff like that, was
Yeah,
all
yeah. Sick.
like how to set up colorize and stuff. I guess the only other question I would have for you before you go is what kind of parent material do you use? Do you just use the ASA
Oh,
Dino one, or do you use a different one?
I have no idea actually. I kind of just like keep modifying on one and then just copy and paste it into another one.
Good.
So
Yeah,
like
I just
my
use the
materials are so
mhm.
my materials are so contorted off of other creatures, and I kind of just unfuck the weird decisions they make that like
It just
I
doesn't
don't go
matter.
off of one. I kind of just
Yeah.
grab one and unfuck it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Other than that, I don't know if you would have talked at all about like eyes, about refractive eyes and stuff like that. That's more of stuff that you set up in like that's more stuff
Blender,
you can
yeah.
set up in Blender. Um,
It's literally just like pull from Gigantoraptor or like any creature that has them, and then you kind of just copy and paste that across any creature that needs them. Really.
mhm.
You can't change. They're really temperamental. You can't change the UVs at all. And they are off symmetrized when you import them because one eye is slightly rotated over for some reason, and you cannot symmetrize it or else it will break.
What a
So
silly
they're
guy.
super temperamental. The
Yeah.
best way to not break them is to snap to symmetry in Blender and we edit options and then just pray that it worked. And if it doesn't, then they have a little back cap that usually does break. And I usually delete those because it's in the back. You don't need those.
Yeah.
But
Okay.
the topology is really temperamental. So it's kind of just like you gotta fidget with it until it like decides to listen. It has like a personality almost. I
Mhm.
fear.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, yeah. I mean, I think that pretty much
All right.
covers it. Yeah. Yeah. I can't really think of anything else. Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much. Yeah, I appreciate it, Clay.
Yeah, of course. I'm gonna I'm gonna go bed rot.
Yeah. Have
And by
fun.
bed rot, I'm gonna lay on the floor for like 10 minutes and then go watch the new Stranger Things season.
That's what I'm gonna do too.
That's gonna, dude. Okay, be fucking for real with me. They're like, who the, why the fuck? Who thought of putting all the episodes on major holidays?
Yeah, I know.
I feel like that's like mean spirited. I feel like they're like that's like just evil. I think it's really just a choice, and I'm like, wow,
It is just a
dude.
choice.
Thanksgiving conversations about to be really funny. But yeah.
Oh,
All right.
gosh.
Well,
All right.
thanks for having me,
Dispersed,
Lapis. We'll definitely have like a second session of me setting up the whale. Hopefully,
yeah,
fixed
for
fucking
sure.
baked maps that aren't broke, because I don't know what the fuck happened there. But yeah, I'll see you later.
That's fine. Bye bye. Thank you.
Bye bye.
And that's that. And that's that. And I think we're gonna call it. Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, talking about textures, a lot of stuff in Substance. But yeah, we'll definitely do another one. I'll mark that down. We'll continue texture stuff in Kit. Texture stuff in Kit. I think that covers it. It is 11 o'clock at night. Ah, wowzers. I am really freaking tired. I think I'm gonna go ahead and call it here. We did good. And at this time, actually, let me check real quick on my CurseForge. Cause it might be finished uploading actually. Oh, it's ready for review, baby. Let's go. And in all that time, in 7 hours, time it, we have our file here ready for review. Ready for review, by the way, again, just to clarify. Yes, this is technically game ready for me. I guess I can talk about this really quickly, briefly. Ready for review publishing. If you publish this, that will make it public. But if you just keep it like this, you can play on it, you the mod author. And if you go over here into manage project, and you go to members, nope, that's not right. Wait, that is right. Why is it? Oh, it just brings you to a new one now. There we go. Invite member, and then you would search up a member, right? Let's do this guy, and then you would add him as a tester, right? And you would do that, right? And you can add whatever testers you want to, any of your friends or whoever that you want to add to your mod to try it out. You can do that. And then after you're done with that, all you gotta do is go over here and publish your build, and you'll have a public mod that anyone can use in under 8 hours. There you go. Boom. Easy. Easy peasy, man. Easy peasy lemon squeezy, like I said. It's... Yeah. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. We did it. Thank y'all so much for stopping by and sticking around. You got a little sneak peek of the whale, which will be coming out TM sometime soon, along with the rest of Fungal. That'll all be coming out very soon. Yeah, that's pretty much it, I think. Yeah, thank you all so much for stopping in. Most of those 8 hours was waiting on the kit. I don't think so. I'd say about like maybe 20% of it was. But we got some actual work done. Yeah. But yeah, I think I'm gonna call it here. Yeah, I'll definitely do another one of these sometime soon. Yeah, I'll probably get Clay back. I'll maybe see if I can get someone else, who maybe can talk about some different things, and some different parts of it. Yeah. But yeah, I think next time, yeah, we'll go a little bit more in depth on some specific things. Definitely, I think we'll talk about a little bit of graphing stuff, and more complex mechanics for creatures. And really, yeah, just in general, just the more complexities, right? More complex stuff with the textures, with clay and stuff, and with stuff like fur cards and things. And then, yeah, more complex, just mechanics and graphing and stuff in general, which you don't need to worry about, but we'll deal with that next time. In the meantime, I'm going to sign off, and I will see you guys all next time. Bye-bye!